KIRO AM Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Hello, good morning. It is the Brock and Salk Show. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms, 97.3 HD, numeral dos, and YouTube. I should have said the Seattle Sports application more, as we know, formal Friday, and good to be with all of you today. Just going to be me, but we got some friends stopping by. Shannon's going to be with us at 7:30. G. Scott's going to come in at 8:30. I have a bunch to say on the owner's proposal yesterday in the collective bargaining agreement negotiations with the players in baseball. I'm going to try to make it as simple as possible, and so if it's confusing to you or if you find that stuff boring, I'm going to try to make it very, very tangible to you, something that you should be able to, A, understand, and B, get on board with. So we'll do that in about an hour. Lyle, you made it. You reached the end. You've reached the conclusion. Today is your last day. I'm proud of you. You've made it nearly 2 years. You only overslept once.
One time?
That's impressive. Seriously, no joke. I'm not giving you grief. I will remind everyone that I'm still the only person here in the show so far to have not overslept once, but that's okay. I'm probably going to jinx myself.
That is pretty crazy. In 17 years, it's never happened.
Given how much I hate it, yeah, it's beyond impressive. I'm impressed with myself because every day it's a risk and every day it's a challenge. Every single day I nearly, like, instead of snooze, hit off and just never wake up again. So it's almost a miracle that I've never overslept this show. But you only did it once, and it was fairly early in your tenure. You buckled down. You made it every single day. How do you feel?
Here's the thing, messages never really let them forget it.
It's true. Yeah, they continued to give
Well, if you ask people, you'd think it happened all the time. I mean, there was times months down the road, people were like,
that's what I mean.
You just late all the time? I was like, well, it happened once.
What?
I mean, to be fair, there were like whole hours where you were kind of asleep for the first.
True.
Yeah.
There were some eyes nodding off moments over the course of those 2 years. But what? How do you feel today on your final Brock and Salk Show broadcasts?
Extremely bittersweet. It was like I said earlier this week. I mean, I'm excited about what's to come, and I'm looking forward to it, but I will genuinely miss being on the show every day. Like, it wasn't an easy decision to make. This wasn't an easy thing to do because it's a blast. I mean, early wake up aside, the rest of it really is great, and it's been amazing, and you guys have been great friends and mentors, and I've loved being on the show. So it's hard. It is hard to leave, but I'm also excited. So it's bittersweet is the best word I can use.
509 says Lyle's such a quitter. No, that's not true. How dare you? That's not right. What have you learned? Have you learned anything? I know that you are generally anti-learning, but have you learned anything over these 2 years?
Yeah, because, see, here's what people don't always get. Here's the misconception. I choose not to learn things that I don't have any interest in, which is a lot of things. But but that all being said, I've genuinely cared a lot about being on this show and, you know, being a part of it and living through it. So, I think I've picked up a lot. The biggest thing, if you think you have thick skin, no, you don't. Not till you work on this show.
Oh, that makes me sad. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's sad. That is kind of sad.
It's not sad.
Who has the thickest skin on the show?
Lyle.
Is it? I don't know. Maybe it's Brock.
Think so?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, everybody gets made fun of on this show pretty often, but I don't know. For whatever reason, I feel like Brock almost just embraces it.
Yeah, well, that's probably fair. What have you learned one thing from each of us? Is there something you could take from Brock, something you could take from me, something you could take from Maura that you will use in some way now moving forward?
This is on the spot.
It is. Yeah, I know. And if you can't come up with something, maybe later in the day.
I mean, I will say with Brock, the thing that never fails to amaze me about Brock, and this is probably the former quarterback in him, but his attention to detail is pretty crazy. Not just with the way he prepares and the way he, brings things to the show, especially in the world of football, but just hearing all the people he knows, because Brock knows a lot of people.
Shocking.
And it's not just, I know their name and I remember them. He knows significant others, families, hometown, high school, job, like what they do in their job. It's pretty wild.
It's almost, so I've known a lot of politicians over my life, just from my former work before getting into this gig. And one thing they seem to do is that a little bit. They're a little phonier generally about it. Like they'll remember one detail about every single person so that when they meet you, that's the one thing they'll come back to every single time. But it's an incredible skill to have, and you're absolutely right. Brock has it. So, yes, I love that one.
What have I learned from Mora? I mean, like you guys, you learn how much goes into really putting a show together and putting a very, very good show together. And you also learn that not everything – I mean, I learned this a little bit when going through broadcasting, but seeing Mora do it too only doubles down on it. You're not going to use everything you prep for on a show. You may use 10% of it, but – Mora never lets any, like
she keeps putting in a lot of work, even though not all of it gets onto the show.
Right.
That's a great point.
I was going to say.
Because I feel bad about it. Every day Mora puts something out there that doesn't make the show. I'm always like, oh, man, and Mora did that work, and I kind of want to put it on, but we just don't have time. We got all these other things. And she's incredible at it, and she's undaunted. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Thanks,
I love that.
There is often only,
I mean, some of it's not good, which is why we don't put it on the show, but the rest of it is good, and then I feel bad.
No, I mean, oftentimes, they said this on broadcast, you use 5 to 10% of your prep on the air. Yeah. It's kind of like that. Like, Mora never leaves it up to chance, that's for sure. Like, there's a variety of things we could always go and talk about, but, she gives people a lot of, like, it's a big springboard, that's for sure.
That's sure. It's a lot of avenues that we could potentially go down.
Right.
Yeah.
So, like, being prepared and keeping that same work ethic every day is very, it's admirable. It's you certainly notice it like you guys often do. So I'd say that.
360 says, no way. Brock whines, Salk whines, Lyle gets defensive. Mora is definitely the one with the thickest skin.
I don't think, but I think you guys are too scared to like actually say mean things to me.
That's
It's
true.
like fingers.
Yeah. That's
Ken
true.
Walker.
That's true.
It's pretty surface level.
That's true.
So I think there's more digging stuff that goes at you guys.
I think that's actually true. Yeah.
So I will not take that one.
Yeah, we're a little cautious.
You've said it before, yeah.
We're a little cautious around Mora. I don't know that Mora's skin is actually that thick.
It's not.
So I think we probably tiptoe around some of that. Yeah, I think that's fair.
And what have I learned from you? Wow. I mean, that's so much. No, I mean, honestly, the biggest thing, I mean, there's so many ways I could go with this, but I've said it before, and I think it's very true getting to see it on this show is, well, despite the route we went down yesterday about the whole, well, you have to see things in person to actually know what's going on.
Yeah.
I remember you said this after the Seahawks traded DK Metcalf, and I knew this was the case before, having been on the show at that point for a while. But I think it's very true that you said when the Seahawks traded DK and all these people were surprised, and you weren't that surprised. You're like, look, guys, we can't always say everything we know on the air, which is 100% true. So I think a lot of people often like to get on you about, oh, Salk's saying this and he doesn't know what he's talking about here. And sometimes maybe they're right. Like sometimes maybe you like to go on a tangent about, a gray area in a strike zone, in a challenge system.
For instance.
But I think people should realize, without going into all the details, that a lot of times, I mean, and Brock's like this too, but you specifically, I think that I've learned this more from you, that, when you have an opinion or a take about something, it is not always completely out of left field, despite what other people might like to say about it. I think there's often some real validity to it.
It's not always completely out of left field.
Correct.
Occasionally, there's a kernel of truth in there or something.
Exactly.
All right. That's nice. Thank you, Lyle. Those are great answers, as a matter of fact. I love it. Well, we
see, when I care about something, I learn.
We've learned a lot from you as well. I'm having trouble thinking of it at the moment. No, I've loved having Lyle on the show. I was saying yesterday, just everyone who's ever been on this show has brought something new and different, and just kind of allowed this show to shift and not be exactly the same and not stay stagnant over the course.
Have a metamorphosis?
Yeah, a bit of a metamorphosis. Yeah, yeah, just an evolution. All words that we're trying to teach Lyle before he goes. But it has. Like, this show is not the same as it was 17 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 2 years ago, because everybody brings different elements to it. Lydia brought something special and different, and you know, Justin brought something special and different, and Howdy brought something mostly obnoxious and sort of difficult. I mean, but like, everyone just brings a different element to this show, and I've really appreciated it, Lyle. I've learned a lot about your generation through you, although I'm hoping that you're not exactly the same as other people your age. Jokes aside, I do feel like it's important to understand how different generations view things, the way you acquire information, the way you view the world. I love a lot of your baseball opinions, and you've certainly taught me some different ways of looking at the game, and some of your behind the scenes with players, especially young players and prospects. Here's the thing people should know about Lyle as he departs, and I'll mention this again later. And there is one reason that Lyle is on this show, one reason more than any other why he was asked to be on this show the last time, or when we first brought him in. And that is, this kid works really hard. Really, really, really hard. Despite not having any interest in acquiring knowledge for things he doesn't care about, this kid is at the ballpark.
But he cares about baseball a lot, and it shows.
Day. He is there every day, getting to know the players, getting to know people, working his tail off. He and TJ have an incredible work ethic, and that is the number one. I mean, the opinions are awful, and a lot of the other things, I'm just kidding. He's great. I love Lyle, love TJ as well, but the reason that they're here, or that Lyle is here specifically, hard work, man. Absolutely true. It's been about hard work.
Well, that's really nice of you guys.
Well, it's very true. I mean, it went away once you got here, unfortunately, but that's what got you the gig. We'll see what happens next. Seriously, love Lyle. We'll be talking about him throughout the day, and talking to you guys, and talking baseball. We'll give you everything you need to know next.
It's all Mariners now.
Back in first.
Swung on and destroyed. Julio.
Are the Mariners turning the corner at the right time?
They did that without two of their best players.
Right. This is where you come for the games, the conversation, and the insider access.
I feel like we'll have a really good team. There's plenty of time to build on it.
The home of the Mariners.
First place in the AL West.
Seattle Sports.
Summer starts at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland. Adventure in the 26 Tacoma TRD Sport, leasing at $399 a month with $1,000 TFS cash. Earn $3,000 in customer cash on the Tundra, leasing at $469 a month, and the 4Runner at $369 a month. All leases, 36 months, $39.99 due at signing. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. Offers valid through June 1st, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Guys, tired all the time? Gaining weight? Low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. This June, for Men's Health Month, Revive Men's Health in Seattle is offering a free comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. No guessing, just answers. Over 100,000 men have trusted Revive to get real results. More energy, better sleep, improved mood, and confidence that shows. If something feels off, don't wait. Take control and protect your long-term health by knowing your numbers. This offer ends June 30th. Schedule your free comprehensive wellness panel today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Feel better. Live stronger. Start now.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Mariners and Diamondbacks tonight at T-Mobile. 7:10 first pitch. Pregame at 6. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now it's the final days of our Everything's on Sale event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses. Our Memorial Day event ends Monday. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
As a social influencer, my days can be busy. 4 a.m., I hit the gym. 4:32, protein smoothie. 5:08, save time and money bundling my home and auto insurance with Progressive. Wait, if I bundle and save time, what would I do then? Just sit here and reflect? Like, why am I qualified to influence anyone? And how those weights are hollow? And half of my followers are bots.
You could save time and money bundling your home and auto when you switch to Progressive. It's one less thing to worry about during your already busy day. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, what did we see in Sacramento? And maybe more importantly, was it real? We'll start to find out this weekend as the Mariners will get some pretty decent competition. Diamondbacks have played some really solid baseball to start the year. Corbin Carroll's been excellent. Ketel Marte's been good. Nolan Arenado's been off to a hot start of all things, although he's hurt his groin the other day. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to go. It'll be Zach Gallen and George Kirby in the opener tonight. Arizona, I said they've been good, 31-24. Same record as the Padres, second place in that NL West. So Mariners going to have their work cut out for them, but the Mariners are in first place. Let's be clear. John Morosi explains how.
I think the Mariners have smoothed out a lot of their issues more or less on schedule. It's certainly not been as smooth as it was a year ago, but look at them. They're at the first place in the division, and as you look at things now that they've normalized a bit, there's not a team in this division that, set the records aside, just look at the rosters and the personnel. You've been able to do all of this with Raleigh and Donovan on the injured list. Arguably, I mean, your number one most important player and then one of your 2 or 3 most important offensive players are both hurt. And you've been able to navigate it to this point. So, for me, I'm still buying stock in the Mariners. The best is yet to come from them this season.
I don't think he's wrong about any of that. But, again, they just need to show it and an opportunity to do so once again starting tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, perhaps not unexpected, but still nice to see DeMarcus Lawrence back at practice yesterday as the Seahawks held another OTA deal. He spoke to John Boyle, explained where he's been and what he's been up to. Says, shout out to the fans that are concerned about me. Just let them know D-Law's doing well, like that he went third person. I'm currently working back in Texas. I got the newborn and a 1-year-old, so I can't leave mom with all those responsibilities. She knows I'll be back here for the season, and the coaching staff knows my game plan. We're still working. I'm just not able to be here on a day-to-day basis. Look, I think you guys know how I feel about it. I love DeMarcus Lawrence, one of my favorite players on this team. I wish he was here. I do think that there's value in having these, and I wish he was here. But that's kind of the bargain they're going to make at this point,
well,
right?
Now, for some of it, right?
Yeah, and we'll see what, he sounds like he's going to be a little bit back and forth. I think it's a bummer. I always...
Kids and a baby and a 1-year-old.
That's a you problem. Like, that's a lot of kids. That is, again, I'm going to go back to the old, what's the line? What's it like having that many kids? It's like drowning and somebody throws you a kid. That's Jim Gaffigan, and he deserves credit for it. It's perfect. Lawrence added, being able to reach the top and understanding that my body still has more to give. I still have more to give, and also I had the most fun I've ever had playing football last year. So just taking all of that into consideration, knowing what I'd be leaving behind, the chances of retirement were very slim. Well, good to hear. Thank God. I really do think they need him. I love his game, love what he brings, and I hope he's able to do more of that next year. Sam Darnold kind of echoed the idea of this being fun. He enjoys even the OTA process.
It's really honestly so fun during this time, during OTAs and training camp, to be able to try to dissect and just go through, continue to go through your progressions, but understand what's going on and trying to see if you can see it before the snap even happens, and trying to see all the different tricks, is the nickel leverage a little different? Where are the backers lined up? Is the safety is there a safety that I can maybe key a little bit more than the other one? Or do the corners, are one or both of the corners pressed? If one of them's off and one of them's pressed, isn't going to be a quarters push kind of in 3x1. So it's those little fun things to kind of go through in your head throughout this time in the season.
I think when Mike talks about wanting guys that love ball, that's exactly what he's talking about. There's just an element of intricacy and attention to detail that they've got that they love. And it's great to hear it there from Sam Darnold on the Green Light Podcast.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
We'll talk more about this at 7, but the league has made its first offer to the players as Major League Baseball looks to resolve its coming labor dispute, hopefully without a work stoppage. I have my doubts, but honestly, what I saw yesterday, worlds better than what I would have thought. Worlds better. The owners are essentially proposing a salary cap and floor with a cap around $245 million. Floor would be about $171 million. Depending on which numbers you look at, roughly 6 to 8 teams would need to cut payroll and 12 to 15 would need to raise theirs. Ultimately, it puts more money into the system for the players than it takes out. It raises the competitive balance considerably, should give much more hope to teams in Minnesota and Florida and Pittsburgh and soon to be Vegas. It's I think it's great. The players have already said they hate it, and I'll play here some AJ Przinsky.
They don't have money. They can't afford. But the $99 million Marlins can't afford, barely survive. David Sampson and all his crap he just spewed about how we can't afford it. But now all of a sudden every team can afford 171. Come on, man. This is some bull crap, man. I'm sorry. I know he disputed for 20 minutes about how him and the Marlins couldn't afford.
But the argument AJ's making is about the current stuff. He's saying, well, then why haven't they been able to afford it yet? I'm not saying the owners are saints. I'm not saying that they've been telling the truth, but I don't see how this is a bad deal for the players. Look, the devil's going to be in the details. It's a 50-50 split moving forward, and that brings up some questions about having to put parts of salary in escrow like they do in the NBA, and we'll talk more about it later. I'll try to make it simple. But overall, I think this is a proposal that the public is going to like. And if the players are going to argue against it, they better make an equally compelling argument, because I think the first proposal from the owners, again, no details yet, but just in theory, it sure looks a lot like what I think most fans would want to see. That's everything you need to know. 15:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Love the conversation with Ryan Divish yesterday. He also paid tribute to Lyle in his final days here on the show, not to mention some pretty decent commentary on the Mariners and where they go from here. Stick around. It's next on Brock and Salk.
It's all Mariners now.
Back in first.
Swung on and destroyed.
Are the Mariners turning the corner at the right time?
They did that without two of their best players.
Right. This is where you come for the games, the conversation, and the insider access.
I feel like we'll have a really good team. There's plenty of time to build on it.
The home of the Mariners.
First place in the AL West.
Seattle Sports.
A shot to center field. Julio is there, and Julio makes the catch!
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house, even when there's not an actual seat, because you're in the T-Mobile pen.
They're going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
The pen isn't just the perfect space to hang with your whole crew. It's where you can see Julio defend the no-fly zone 1 minute and watch Senor Smoke get ready for his big entrance the next.
Andres Munoz has simply been incredible.
Sure, the pen is standing room only, but with a team this exciting, who wants to be sitting down? Mariners baseball. Try this up.
90s weekend is on deck at T-Mobile Park. The fun gets started tonight at 7:10 with an epic 90s themed fireworks night presented by T-Mobile. Then it's back-to-back giveaways. Julio Rodriguez sleeveless jersey Saturday and Ken Griffey Jr. pin Sunday. Both presented by KeyBank. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper, so knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Hey there, Dawn Riling with Olympic Hot Tub. Nothing beats soaking every night in a saltwater hot spring spa, except getting it for an incredible price during our Summer to Remember rebate event. Save up to $4,500 on the best hot tub you can own. Saltwater soaking, incredible savings, sleeping better, feeling better. What are you waiting for? OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
How perfect to have Ryan Divish, Seattle Times Mariner beat reporter, with us the day that Lyle is saying goodbye. Well, tomorrow Lyle's saying goodbye, but what perfect timing. Ryan?
Oh, birds chirping in the background.
Wow, things look nice where you are. Wow, what a world you live in.
Yeah, I'm in scenic Montana. I'm going to the state track meet tomorrow in Billings, so I had to fly back for state track. If the stepdaughter wins a couple gold medals like she's supposed to, then I have to wear a Montana State University track shirt.
We saw her working out. We saw her doing some of that running down at spring training, right?
She's kind of crazy. She'd fit in well with Brock's Valor Christian type of kids, you know, where they're all they're all kind of dragos in training and stuff like that. So.
It's Drago, okay?
What do you want to say to Lyle today? As Lyle says goodbye to us tomorrow, I was going to wait till the end for this, but we might as well get it out of the way.
Yep.
How would you like to say farewell to Lyle Goldstein today?
Oh, man. I was thinking about this. I think about Lyle more than I should, and that's really sad to say, but when I'm writing sometimes and I'll use a word, like I remember somebody asked me about using the word amenable or nadir. And then when, you always do it too. So then I think, well, would Lyle know this? And then I was saying to myself, well, does it matter? He's not reading. Unless YouTube is suddenly reading my stories to him, he's not reading what I write.
Right, that's true.
So
that's a good point.
I mean, so I don't, and I will challenge you on your West Wing knowledge, but every time I think of that, it's like the episode when they're writing the inaugural speech after the MS, and they're talking about torpor.
Yep.
And they're arguing about whether people understand what the word torpor means. And like Bartlett comes in and says, well,
means,
yeah. And he goes, yeah.
Then they can look it up.
But Bartlett storms in and goes, yeah, they can look it up, and so, but Lyle wouldn't look up the meaning of torpor either. So, although he has extreme torpor when it comes to learning.
It's not a word people hear well. I think the people listening will hear just fine. So good. That show's so well written.
I mean, like, honestly, and I was always going to save this story, but we were at spring training one time and Lyle came walking by and Rizzy goes, those are some short shorts. You could tell if that kid's circumcised or not. And I about had a heart attack.
Do we need to drop that?
No.
I think it's okay. But maybe, I don't know.
No, leave it. Just leave it.
I think everything's fine.
It was the single greatest moment that Rick Riz has ever had in his entire life.
I'm surprised Rick didn't retire after that. He's like, all right, boys,
drop them
out. I'm out.
Drop the headset and go.
All right, well, let's
transition from that.
Nope, not even going to try. Ryan, how would you characterize this last Mariner road trip?
Well, I got the I got the barbecue in Kansas City and all the enjoyable parts of the trip, but Adam got all the wins and the quality baseball.
Seriously.
I have never seen a team that can go from awful baseball to quality baseball that fast. It's like instantaneous, because that Sunday game, and I cut them up pretty good in that Sunday game. That Sunday game typified all that was wrong with the Mariners this season. Bad defensively, kind of bad decision-making, kind of mental mistakes in the field. Oh, and then they didn't really hit until later when they got to the bullpen. And I just felt like it was just kind of all the signs of what's made this team so inconsistent. And then they go to Oakland, and it was just like a different team. They're making plays in the field. They played clean. They hit early. I thought they worked better at bats than they did before. I just liked everything about how they played. And like some of the guys that you need to get going got going a little bit. And I can't figure this team out. And to me, like, you look at it now, what they did this weekend, with a little push, I don't see them ever going back. They should stay in the lead and hold the lead for the rest of the season and continue to add on it. I heard Goldsmith kind of jokingly say that they should be 10 games up in the division the next time they play the A's in August. And that's not an unreasonable prediction if you look at what we've seen from the rest of the division this year.
Do you have any idea? Salk has surmised a little bit, and you just said it yourself. Like, I don't know why and how they go back from playing horrible baseball to great baseball and all of this. But, Salk kind of pointed to maybe that incident in the dugout with Julio and Randy, where Julio was extremely late. Dan said to you all afterwards that he was having a defensive conversation after a little lapse by Randy. Did you make anything of that at the time? And could it play any role in just letting out some steam?
It might have. I asked, we went and talked to Julio right away. And what was interesting is Julio was talking to Wu quite a bit right before we went to talk to him. They were having a pretty extensive conversation. And I think maybe he was explaining some stuff to Wu, what was going on in the outfield, what happened. I don't know that maybe he was talking to Randy about, cleaning it up. But I think there may have been some discussion on whether that was catchable, how Randy went about it. And maybe he was talking to other people about it. I do know that when we were in Minnesota earlier this year, Randy got on Julio for taking a ball from him, and Julio fired back pretty extensively, probably saying, hey, look, I never know when you're going to be there or not. I never know if you're going to back up or not. I don't even know if you know where you're going to be there or not. So I'm just going to go get everything, and you just get everything from left field to the line. And now with Colt Emerson at third base or shortstop, he gets everything in front of you. I mean, Randy has like a 7-foot box that he has to make catches in, and it's still going to be interesting. But I think to me, that's the bigger thing is like Julio's saying like, look, this is kind of my team, my outfield. I'm going to do it my way because I'm the best outfielder out there. And I think that's important. And I do think what we'll see too, Julio can be freed up to go to the left center gap more because Victor's in right field. When Victor's in right field, that changes the math and how they do that. Like a lot of their defensive issues, I think sometimes come from the fact that because of their limitations on how they want to do stuff, they have to be super aggressive to shifting into like true readouts of where players are going to be. And that can put them in bad positions in terms of like if they go off the page or off the scouting report and hit something the other way or something, then guys have to go get it. So I think you add Victor back to the outfield, you add Colt Emerson to the defense, you just got a whole lot more athletic on the field defensively, and you should see improvement.
27 runs in 31 innings since that, though. I mean, it's really crazy. Like, I can't tell you that was – look, as you just said, we don't even really know what happened. But something – I mean, that is a pretty astounding number, 27 runs in 31 innings. They've outscored their opponents 27-7 since, and they've played clean. They haven't made mistakes since, and that to me has been the biggest thing. Like, teams will hit, and then they won't hit, and fine, whatever. But to your initial point of this team going from good to bad to good to bad to good again, it's just how clean they've played over the last 3.5 games that's jumped out to me.
Yeah, and I think, they just when they just hit just a little bit too, there's that, and like Scott Service said this, and I've always believed in it too because I never really noticed it. But when you hit, you have energy because you're running the bases. When this team gets a little offense or just gets some base runners going early, it's just a different vibe. Because I think also when they have struggled this much, especially against lefties, You get down 2 or 3 innings. Oh no, we haven't scored a run. We haven't done anything. Then you start to press a little bit. Whereas if they can just play relaxed and play up to their talent, they're pretty good. And to me, really, it's always just been just go play, just keep playing. At some point, if you play and you kind of perform and you prepare enough, your talent will always kind of come out. And that's what they always did. Remember, every year we've had this catastrophe where you're writing them off. The one year it was when they lost 4-5 to the Angels, and then they had that huge bounce back. Then it was where everybody thought Scott was going to get fired. They go to Oakland, win 3, then they have the fight in Anaheim. Last year it was, George Kirby imploding in Tampa, and then they go and take 2 or 3 from the Braves. Like, I think, and those guys all times who said, we just have to keep playing, keep preparing. I think that's part of it. When you have talent, you just have to kind of keep playing. Don't do anything drastic. Don't make any big moves, and just kind of keep playing until you're forced to make the move. But I also think there's been a lot more distractions like this year. You have Cal being out, kind of the, in and out of him, Donovan's injuries. You're dealing with the piggyback. So much of the stuff that we were writing about, even the spring training with the Randy stuff, like so much of it felt so much like the Boston Red Sox.
Noisy.
I mean, Mike, you know this.
Yeah, it did. It does.
Boston loves the drama. They love the drama. They love the clubhouse. They love the decision-making drama more than, like the field stuff. Like when you cover the Red Sox and you're around them, that's what they're writing about. And it felt like we were writing about a lot of stuff that wasn't on the field. But, that leaks into performance at times as well. And, like with the piggyback, the thing that I've noticed, and I'm sure you remember this, Salk, too, is like when Robbie Cano came back from his suspension and they tried to piece it together and play D all over the place and move Robbie around, and they were trying to appease everybody while also sending a message like, hey, we don't like what happened with Robbie. And it just got totally out of whack. And then, you got D. Gordon fighting Gene Segura in the clubhouse. I don't think that's going to happen with Bryce and Luis, but I felt like they should have over-communicated in this whole process. Over-communicated. Every little detail that they were going to do, every ounce of thinking that they were going to do, every inning, this is what we're doing, this is why we're doing it. And not losing sight of the fact that the ultimate goal is still to win the game. So somebody's feelings could be hurt for one game, but you won the game. And I think that's what Dan struggled with in that initial one.
Yep.
And I think that's what they have to kind of go for. Because that's old Dan's whole ethos, right? Win the game that night.
Yep.
And he went away from that in that game against the White Sox, trying to appease a pitch count and something nebulous. When you just win the game in front of you, then we'll figure it out after that.
Yes. I mean, I think that's all very, very, very well said. I would add to it, not just over-communicate with the players, but over-communicate with the fans and the media and everybody else so that we would truly understand it. I think Jerry coming out later in Adam Jude's story and saying...
It's not ideal.
This isn't ideal.
Not ideal.
Because I think without that conversation or without him saying that, it sounds a whole lot more like, hey, we think we've got a plan that's smarter than everybody else's, and so we're going to try to implement this, as opposed to, hey, look, we're kind of out of options. We've got 6 good pitchers, and this is the best thing we can come up with because we really don't know how else to maximize it. I think that is a much easier thing for fans to wrap their heads around, and I wish that had been communicated a little bit better also.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, from my standpoint, I wish the communication was better. Going back, like when they initially did that, Dan told us that Bryce was going to start and Luis was going to start. They were going to go to a 6-man, but he didn't say a whole lot. So then we went to Jerry, and Jerry told us all about the piggyback before they'd, I think, even told the players. So it's like that's the one thing I think Dan sometimes lacks is the level of communication towards the plan that they're trying to do, the philosophy that they have. And I mean, I think that grows with time. Scott wasn't great at it when he was first started, but he got better. And I think he understood too. We had this long conversation and it was a little heated, but he got mad at me one time and says, why do you ask questions you know the answers to? And I snapped back at him and said, I know the answers to every one of the questions I asked. I said, I'm asking you because I can't write it. I need you to say it, And then like we had this thought of like, yeah, I mean, like just because like we're ultimately trying to, we're writing something, but we need them to say it. We can know it, but it matters more if they say it or if they explain it. I often tell people, like, I write my game stories based on the people who went to the game, not the people who didn't, because I'm trying to provide the why to what they see, but we don't always get the why right now. And maybe that gets better with Dan or not. I mean, we never still even got an answer on why they went to Bizardo instead of Munoz in the ALCS. Really, like a true, real answer.
What birds are those chirping? And are you in Havre?
Why are they so loud?
I'm in Havre, yeah.
Man,
I don't know.
Especially loud birds in Montana.
It's
What are they
beautiful.
feeding
I
them?
feel like I'm at Augusta right now, where they have the birds in the background.
No, Augusta Plus. It's it's phenomenal background. So when you took your sabbatical last year, Ryan, and you coached your baseball team, what was the age of those guys?
15 to 18.
15 to 18. So when you look at Colt Emerson at 20 years of age, doing what he's doing, what stands out?
It's unreal. Like my stepson will be 19 in September, so he's roughly, 2 years younger than Colt. And Colt is playing at the big league level and excelling and handling it all and not freaking out about everything. And I mean, we knew this, like we sit there and wrote how mature this kid was.
Right.
And he had kind of the Hanniger to him where he was like part robot, part, serious person at all times, cyborg. And you write it and you say it, but this is not spring training. This isn't in the big leagues and how you handle yourself in the big leagues. I mean, like, he does not give away very many at bats. There are some times where he looks a little overwhelmed in a bat, but even then, I don't feel like he gives it away. He goes up there with a plan. Sometimes they just out execute him. He's seeing stuff he's never seen before, and he'll get beat. But even like the other day where I thought a lefty really handled him really well, he came back, then he gets hit off of it. He gets triple.
Yeah.
And I think, this little burst of energy has provided a lot, and I think on this homestand is when we'll see him move to shortstop and JP move to third. But either way, adding him to the bottom of the order, because when they were going early, Cole was at the bottom of the order and putting up big numbers. Now you have Colt down at the bottom. If you can get numbers for them, it makes a whole lot of things easier up at the top. And Julio doing what he's doing right now, people sit there and they're quick to criticize, but it's been pretty quiet on what he's doing and how important he's been to this team, because he's been outstanding in a lot of ways, including like the leadership quotient that you're talking about, because that's another thing. Like, do you think all this stuff that's going on around the piggyback and some of the other stuff, Cal's in Arizona, he's not able to be around the team to help police that, so who's going to do it? Well, it kind of falls on Julio to handle a lot of that.
I think Julio
that's not easy stuff.
Leader. You're in there every day, and we've talked about this before, and I think I've talked about it with you. I always bring up how impressed I am that when things go wrong, all those examples you gave of when the season appears over and everything appears lost, it always seems to be Julio who steps up in those moments and talks to you guys after the game and makes himself available. And I think especially as a young guy, he's now a veteran, but still a young guy. He's only, 25? I always find myself really impressed with the way Julio handles difficult situations. He almost seems, again, from the outside, I'm not in there like you are every day, but he seems to me to be at his best leadership-wise when things are not going as well. That's when he really steps up into it.
Yeah, because sometimes he doesn't really want to talk when he's going well.
Right.
He doesn't want to talk about his swing or stuff. I don't know if he was worried about jinxing it. But yeah, I think he started to understand. And the one thing about Julio is he watches and pays attention. So, when he was around, he's watching when Cal would have to do it all the time, or, he would have to be spokesman. And Cal learned that from Brock's buddy Seager and from Nelly Cruz and from those guys. They would stand out there and wear it when things weren't going right. So like the other day when we wanted to talk to him, and I don't even think he had a particularly good game. He goes, "Oh, do I need to talk or be the spokesman?" They're like, yeah, that's kind of what the deal is. And I think he slowly learned it. I think he wasn't comfortable doing that when he was younger, but he is comfortable now. And really, if you think about it, what this team does this year and what these young players do and all these other things, it probably matters more to Cal and Julio than anyone, because they're locked in for years to come. Yep. So how Cole progresses, when Luke Stevenson is at AAA or at spring training and Cal is just on him all the time and talking with him, it matters to them because they know that if they want to be good sustained, then those guys have to be good as well.
Colt, remind you of anybody you've ever covered in your years here in Seattle at this age? And I know there's not been many 20s. When Dustin Ackley came up, I remember sitting here and you and I like, oh, this guy can play, this guy can rake, this guy's bat to ball, this guy and obviously he was a college player, many years older than Emerson. Anybody come to mind?
No, not really, because of the maturity level.
Yeah.
Like Kyle Seager was really mature, but yeah, he was 22 years old when he got here. I'm thinking back to like when Ketel Marte was here and he was up in the big leagues, I think at 21. He was so immature and just like didn't get it. And that's part of the reason why he wasn't here, because they didn't know if he ever would get it. Now he got a lot better, but even then, like they still deal with some maturity issues. I've never seen anybody like Colt step in and act like he's a big leaguer from the time that he walked in the clubhouse.
In a good way too, not in a bad way. In a good way, act like a big leaguer.
No, yeah, exactly. No, yeah, he doesn't have. Who was that guy, Clint Frazier from the Yankees, who thought he was a big leaguer? Yeah, I mean, no, like this kid. I think, his dad is a unit. Did you see him on the broadcast? He's a big old dude. Looks like he could be a bartender, or he could be a bouncer at a biker bar that Gabe Spires, the bartender.
Because remember Colt telling us when he was in high school, he was just a little guy.
Right.
He's like, he had to go into the gym and work because he was smaller than everyone else when he was in high school.
Oh.
I think that's part of it, though. Like, part of it is the good base of, like, he wasn't the biggest guy. He wasn't the elite guy. And they made him, he was a multi-sport athlete until he was a senior year of high school. They, like, everything he does, and it's small town too, but I look at how he was brought up and everything that we've heard and talking to his family versus how Jared was brought up and how much different that was. And they were pushed in this one direction. And it was just, it was pass fail or it was succeed or fail all the time. And I don't think that was like that with Colt, and how he talks about his family and them driving him around. He got to be an elite prospect, but he was never that guy all the time where everybody said, even now, like in this group, like, Connor Griffin, Kevin McGonigal, that group with Roman Anthony, they're all like projected to be superstars. Nobody's ever sat there and said Colt's going to be a superstar. They said he's going to be a really, really good player that has the potential to be more, but superstardom wasn't like picked for him. Right. He's never been, because you look at him, he's 6 foot, 195 pounds, 6'1". He doesn't cut an imposing figure. I think that's part of it. He helps you keep grounded when nobody thinks you're going to be. Nobody treats you like a star.
Those hands are real quick. Hey, we only have 1 minute. I could go a lot longer, but we only have a minute. Just because you brought it up made me think about it. We talked a little bit about this the other day. Brian Woo's family sitting with Colt Emerson's family and the hugs exchanged there and all of that. It just made me think about the growth of the Mariner family and the Mariner
brand.
Yeah, but not brand, but the what it means to be a Mariner inside that clubhouse and how it's grown since you've started covering this team. Is this the best it's ever been in terms of having a real meaning?
Well, I've said it before, but like the last 3 years, it's the nicest collection of human beings that I've ever been around. So much of what like pro scouts look for is how they treat other people, media, clubbies, staff on the field. These guys are they're the anti-Danny Valencia, the anti-Jesse Winkers, like I think bringing guys up from within the system and then keeping them here helps build that. But this is the team. This is their team. Like part of the reason you've talked about it, you and I have had this conversation, part of the reason Dan worked is he gave ownership to the players, and Scott had a hard time letting go of that grip. This is the players' team. It's Cal, it's Julio, it's Brian Wu. Like how vocal has that guy been? Probably one of the best quotes. I mean, that's hard to wrestle that away from Logan Gilbert and Bryce Miller, but like you can feel the ownership and what it means, and that's why they all, a lot of them want to stay here. They want to sign extensions. When I covered the team in 2008, that was my first year traveling. It had Richie Sexson. It had Jeremy Reed, Jose Vidro, Brad Wilkerson, Jared Washburn. They were all angry. None of them wanted to be there. Even the Sean Figgins years, Casey Kochman, Milton Bradley. Well, I could keep going. So if anybody ever says this is the worst Mariners lineup I've ever seen, I can say, oh, you have no idea, buddy.
Always fun to catch up with our buddy Divish and, yes, his bird sanctuary that he lives in apparently out there in Montana. Thanks, TJ, in the 425 for the comment. All right, let's see. I got to tell you, I was not expecting what we saw yesterday. I honestly, if you've listened to me for the last year or two, you know how pessimistic I've been about the idea of them playing baseball next year because I think that there has been a lockout looming, and I've been under the impression that the owners would present a salary cap. It would be impossible for the players to say yes, and that moment was just going to be too big to overcome. What I saw yesterday, the proposal that came out, maybe I'm a huge sucker, and I know the devil's in the details, but what I saw, I think should make every baseball fan happy. I'll explain a little more next on Brock and Salk.
Think you know the Mariners? Not if you aren't subscribed to the Daily Mariners newsletter from Seattle Sports.
That's what they've been waiting for.
The latest Mariners news and injury updates, exclusives from Mariners insider Shannon Drayer.
You look at the pieces and how it works.
Plus the best takes and breakdowns from your favorite Seattle Sports hosts and contributors.
The Mariners seem to be trying to build something that I think is a little bit more sustainable.
The Daily Mariners newsletter.
Monster solo home run.
Subscribe at seattlesports.com/newsletter.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Puget Sound, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya guselkumab may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com. Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya guselkumab may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
For those diagnosed with anxiety, depression, or PTSD, Northwest Ketamine Clinics wants you to know there is hope. After only 3 weeks of treatment, 86% of patients report a reduction in symptoms. Northwest Ketamine Clinics was the first ketamine clinic in the Northwest, opened 9 years ago. They now have locations in Seattle, Tacoma, and Bellevue, with more than 50,000 treatments given. Find reviews and video testimonials from real patients on their website, including Brandon.
To anyone thinking about giving it a try, if you have depression, ADHD, bipolar, any of those things feel like they would vastly benefit from it.
Everyone's path to healing is different. Schedule a free consultation today to find out if ketamine therapy is right for you. They have immediate availability, so you can get started this week. Welcome to the Pacific Northwest's most experienced ketamine center. Book a free phone or video consult at nwketamineclinics.com. Healing starts here.
The warm weather has me thinking about summer plans. Stacy here to add one thing to the top of your list. Book a demo and check out the brand new all-electric wake boat from ARC. I got a ride in a brand new ARC Sport, and it was like a luxury EV on the water. Quiet, powerful, easy to operate, and low maintenance. They're doing demos in Lake Union, Lake Washington, and Lake Sammamish. Honestly, if I could drive one of these to work, I would. Schedule your demo at arcboats.com/demo. If you can't make it out to Kirkland, they'll pick you up. arcboats.com/demo.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. And you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, rolling along here, Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710 seattlesports.com. Shannon Drayer is going to be with us in a half hour as the team gets ready to start a huge homestand. 3 against Arizona, 3 against the Mets. And looking forward to it tonight. I know I'm going to be at the ballpark tomorrow with Cecily, so looking forward to going over there, taking in a game. I was blown away yesterday when I saw the owner's proposal to the players in the collective bargaining agreement. Blown away. And I'll try to make this as simple as possible. I know that talking numbers, talking money, talking collective bargaining agreement, talking union fights is not like the most exciting version of sports radio, but I really believe that this affects every single baseball fan. And it's possible that it's going to affect us all in a really good way. If this works out, I think this could be the best thing to happen to Major League Baseball in forever. So just to kind of trace it back, remember, there is a huge looming fight this offseason. The owners and the players in baseball have never been a cozy relationship. It has been among the worst labor relationships in sports forever. And the Baseball Players Union is, of all of the players' unions, by far the most powerful and strongest, and has been forever, which is one of the reasons that baseball is the only major modern sport in America without a salary cap. And it has led to some issues. In any event, the major revenue stream for the teams has been the RSNs, the regional sports networks like the Root Sports, that have essentially dried up in terms of kicking back revenue to the teams in many, if not most, of the cities. There are some exceptions. And by the way, those exceptions are generally the teams that are spending a tremendous amount of money. New York, LA, those types of teams. Everyone else getting killed as the RSN money dries up, and the salaries aren't going down. The salaries are going up, and eventually something's got to give. So you kind of lead you all to yesterday as they're getting ready for this battle that will take place at the end of the season. The owners offered their first proposal yesterday, and yes, it does have a salary cap. But when you factor in the salary floor that comes with it, I think it's incredible. So, looking at what they are proposing, and again, we don't have any of the details yet. Devil's always in the details, and I'll go through a couple of them that could end up being problematic. But they're essentially offering a deal that would cap teams at $245 million, but institute a floor at $171 million. No, I don't know entirely where those numbers come from, but that's what they've got. So what does that mean? Those numbers don't mean much to anybody in a vacuum, but okay, how many teams right now have payrolls above that proposed ceiling? And I guess some of this depends on whose numbers you look at. I looked at both COTS and Spot Track yesterday, and teams above the ceiling, the Mets, the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, the Phillies, the Braves. So 6 teams. I think there might be 1 or 2 others if you look at it a different way, but it's like 6 to 8 teams. Teams that are below the proposed floor that would have to spend more money, buckle up. There's a lot of them. Miami, Cleveland, Chicago, Washington, the Athletics, St. Louis, Tampa, Pittsburgh, Minnesota, Colorado, Milwaukee, Cincinnati. And then depending again on which one you look at, some combination of KC, Seattle, and Baltimore, who are very close. So like those numbers in a vacuum don't mean a whole lot, but when you actually look at them and then look at the numbers associated, okay, so the Mets, who have the highest payroll in baseball, would have to trim it by $88 million. The Dodgers by $55 million. Yankees, $46 million. Okay, so they're all sort of in that area. When I start reading the amount of money that some of these teams would have to add, it's going to blow your doors off. Miami would need to add $92 million to get to this salary floor. That's more than they spend. They're spending 80-something, $79 million. They need to add 92. Cleveland, 90. White Sox, 80. Washington, 77. Athletics, 76. St. Louis, 76. Tampa, 68. Pittsburgh, 67 million. Trust me, when you add up all these numbers, the difference is astounding. It would take away, somewhere between 200. I ran 2 different projections, just looking at 2 different versions of the payrolls. It would take away somewhere between 282 and 336. Okay, so let's split the difference there and say it would take away roughly $300 million. Okay, roughly. So teams at the top would have to cut their payroll by a combined $300 million. You know how much it adds back in? Somewhere between 826 and 874. Let's call it 850. That's a $550 million difference. $550 more million dollars. $500 million that would be going to the players. Now, again, devil's in the details. Devil's in the details on this. So what does that 50%, this 50-50 split mean? Where does the money go? How does it get put in? Is there an escrow account? Are they tying? There's a million questions to be asked. But on its surface, how is every single fan of baseball in America not reading this and going, yeah, it sounds great. The players are going to get an additional $500 million a year, and we're going to get something closer to competitive balance? Thanks.
Well, I mean, maybe not fans in LA, but let's call it like 27
Okay,
fan
but
bases.
everybody else, and honestly, and
fan
those fans can't be that upset. You can, but it's ridiculous, the idea that the Dodgers and Mets are playing against the Marlins.
For sure.
And the Marlins are the problem. Don't get me wrong. The Marlins and the Pirates and those teams are the problem, not the Mets and Yankees and Dodgers. But in order to get everyone into roughly the same camp, this is what it takes. I don't know how the players are. I mean, I've listened to some of the arguments against it. Until there are more details to argue against, I think the players sound foolish. Well, this is a PR win for the owners yesterday.
It's definitely a PR win.
A huge PR win, because these numbers on their face look incredible. They look incredible.
I think what players are currently arguing is, well, the only thing being capped is player salaries, not owners' assets, et cetera.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And? Like that, no kidding. And the only thing that has a floor is player salaries. The floor is a gigantic thing here. I mean, the biggest question to me is, how in the world are 8 of those teams going to be able to afford it? Can Miami, Cleveland, the White Sox can, but can Miami, Cleveland, Tampa, Pittsburgh, Minnesota, can they afford to raise their payroll by 60 to 90 million? They have to be banking on the money will get back to them either through revenue sharing, or that their fans will finally believe they've got a chance to win in a more balanced version of the game, that they're going to be able to make more money that way, that there'll be more fan interest around it. I don't know how it works for those guys, and that's why I would have my questions, certainly, about where the details are. And they could end up with a Larry Bird exemption type of thing like the NBA has, where it gives you an opportunity to sign one of your players, your own players, to a deal that doesn't count towards the salary cap. I think that the owners will probably end up having to give up a year of free agency in order to get this done, because salary cap's a big deal. Do the players end up becoming free agents after 5 instead of 6 years? Maybe. How does it get phased in? I mean, those are all real questions that'll need to be asked. And then there's this idea of tying it, saying, okay, 50% of the revenue goes to the players, 50% to the team. Well, basketball has something like that, and it means that you put money in escrow, and then if they don't reach their projections, the players have to give some money back a few years ago. I think they're going to have to work through all of that. But those are things that unions and groups work through all the time. What the owners laid out here, maybe I'm a sucker, and I'm certainly not a shill because I was expecting to hate it. But I read this and was like, oh my God, there's a path forward here. I don't know how the players rip this. It looks great on paper. Now we're going to find out details, and as we do, I'll give you commentary as I see it. But how does every single baseball fan not read this and go, great, sounds good, let's go? A salary floor? The Mariners, by the way, according to Spotrac, would have to add like $9 million. According to Cots, they wouldn't have to add anything, I think it was. So, the Mariners are right there in and around where this floor would be. But, some of those teams, can you imagine if Milwaukee added $40 million to what's already a great payroll? Or already a great team, rather? And by the way, you go through these teams, a lot of them are good teams. It's hilarious. Cleveland's in first place. White Sox are good this year. A's were in first place. St. Louis has been good. Tampa's good. Pittsburgh's been better. Minnesota's okay. Colorado stinks. Milwaukee's great. Cincinnati's good. It's not like this is a group of teams at the bottom. But the idea of having everyone kind of brought closer to the same, it puts, there's still going to be good and bad teams. But I think the American sports fan has a much easier time accepting the Jets and the Browns than it does the Pirates and the Marlins. It's just easier for us to accept. We can deal with incompetence as opposed to somebody who we don't think wants to win. So I am excited. I think that there's actually a path forward here. I'm excited to see where it goes. I do hope it doesn't mean that players leave teams earlier. I would love to see a lot of the extra money here go to players in their first 5 or 6 years. Raise the major league minimum, raise some of the money that raise the arbitration numbers rather than having it all go to older players. I don't think you should have to be in the league 6 years to start making money. But I think this is a tremendous start. And I'm very, very, for the first time, at least somewhat hopeful about what this looks like going forward.
It's all Mariners now.
Back in first.
Swung on and destroyed. Julio.
Are the Mariners turning the corner at the right time?
They did that without 2 of their best players.
Right. This is where you come for the games, the conversation, and the insider access.
I feel like we'll have a really good team. There's plenty of time to build on it.
The home of the Mariners.
First place in the AL West.
Seattle Sports.
Guys, tired all the time? Gaining weight? Low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. This June, for Men's Health Month, Revive Men's Health in Seattle is offering a free comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. No guessing, just answers. Over 100,000 men have trusted Revive to get real results. More energy, better sleep, improved mood, and confidence that shows. If something feels off, don't wait. Take control and protect your long-term health by knowing your numbers. This offer ends June 30th. Schedule your free comprehensive wellness panel today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Feel better, live stronger. start now.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Spring Classic Collector Car, Truck, and Boat Auction. Saturday, June 6th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Up to 200 collector, vintage, and classic vehicles, many going to the highest lucky bidder with absolutely no reserve. Get lucky, get local, and get in line. Visit luckyoldcar.com for a list and pictures of auction vehicles. Or call 206-467-6531 for bidding and consignment details.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie Bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie Bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Dave Wyman here, and you've heard me talk about a local company for over a year now I really love working with. Harley Exteriors. You can expect a no-pressure consultation. They're great people to work with, and their windows are beautiful. I recently met with them, and I was excited to hear about the many Seattle sports listeners they've worked with. And now, Harley Exteriors has stepped up with a can't-miss offer. Right now, get $450 off each new window, $1,000 off each patio or entry door, 12-month or 18-month no interest, no payment options, plus $200 off your final project total. If that isn't enough to get you started on a new project, I don't know what is. Schedule a consultation just like I did. Give them a call at 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Minimum purchase of 4 windows required for window discount. Qualifying windows must be 36 by 36 or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to credit approval. Cannot be combined with other offers outside this promotion. Offer valid through May 31st.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know Up first.
All right, Mariners back in town and in action tonight. Going to learn whether what we saw in Sacramento was real, whether that is what we can now expect moving forward. I certainly hope so. Ryan Divish joined us yesterday.
I have never seen a team that can go from awful baseball to quality baseball that fast. It's like instantaneous, because that Sunday game, and I cut them up pretty good in that Sunday game, but that Sunday game typified all that was wrong with the Mariners this season. Bad defensively, kind of bad decision-making, kind of mental mistakes in the field. Oh, and then they didn't really hit until later when they got to the bullpen. And I just felt like it was just kind of all the signs of what's made this team so inconsistent. And then they go to Oakland, and it was just like a different team. They're making plays in the field. They played clean. They hit early. I thought they worked better at bats than they did before. I just liked everything about how they played. Oh, yeah, and like some of the guys that you need to get going got going a little bit.
All true. So if that continues, will we start to see a little bit more of the Mariner team that we were expecting to see when the year began? Arizona's been playing some good ball. Corbin Carroll, obviously local kid, comes back home. Ketel Marte started his career here in Seattle, and then Nolan Arenado, all off to very hot starts. Arenado's been hurt. We'll see if he's in the lineup tonight. Zach Gallen against George Kirby in the opener. Arizona 31-24 on the season.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, pretty cool to see DeMarcus Lawrence back at practice yesterday for the Seahawks as they held another OTA. He did talk to John Boyle. He said he's essentially been home being a dad. Quote, shout out to the fans that are concerned about me. Just let them know D-Law's doing well. I'm currently working back in Texas right now. I've got a newborn and a 1-year-old, so I can't leave mom with all those responsibilities. She knows I'll be back here for the season, and the coaching staff knows my game plan. Glad they've had the communication. Glad that he's going to be back. Yeah, I don't love the fact that he's not here. I do think that those are, these are important. I want to see as many players as possible. In fact, all of them for OTAs. They all said that was part of their reason for success last year. On the other hand, look, an older player who went all the way to the Super Bowl last year, you want him to take care of the body. So I'm sure there's a middle ground, but I would definitely prefer that he be here. Sam Darnold was on the Greenlight podcast, and just going back to last year a little bit, talking about that moment when Ernest Jones stood up for him in public with the media, and just how important it was and how indicative maybe it was of the team around him.
No, it's incredible, man. I don't think I've been around a team like that, my whole life. It's a credit to the kind of leadership and the kind of dudes that we got in this locker room. I mean, and I feel the same way about them too. Like if they need us to go score 40 points, like we'll go out there and do our best to do that. So that's just kind of that's really how we roll, and it makes it so fun to go out there and play ball with them every single Sunday or whenever we strap it up. But man, it's so fun. It's so fun to play football with these guys and with this group that we have. So it's it made me want to just keep going. I don't know about you after the Super Bowl, but maybe not your body, but your mind. I was like, dude, I want to just keep on rolling.
I like how he had to check himself. It's not just every Sunday this year. They're playing on Wednesday. They're playing on Thursday. They're playing on Friday. Like, they got so many different days. Monday nights, obviously. So looking forward to it, and nice to hear Sam throwing the credit around for this team.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I'll be talking about it throughout the morning. I really was happy with what the owners put out yesterday. I think it's an interesting proposal that at least starts a conversation. Looks a lot better than I thought it would. It's a salary cap and floor. The cap would be about $245. The floor, $171 million. 8 teams might need to cut payroll. 12 to 15 would need to raise them. Ultimately, it puts more money into the system for the players. It should raise some of the competitive balance. Ken Rosenthal, not a fan.
We can all agree the revenue disparity in this sport is too much, and it needs to be a situation where there is some compression. The question is how to get there. And to me, if you're introducing a salary cap that is going to cause a work stoppage that might eat into part or all of the 2027 season, not a good answer. A good answer would be somewhere where you address these issues through greater revenue sharing, all kinds of ways, without the ultimate end being a lockout that eats into the season.
Well, I mean, it doesn't. That's not a problem with the salary cap. That's a problem with the players saying they are unwilling to listen. I get that the players have always been against a cap, but this cap comes with a floor, and I would think the floor would be more valuable than the cap. The players, unfortunately, and this is where they start to lose people, it feels like they're only interested in protecting the very, very, very top, the 10 or 12 players who make the most money. But the floor helps dozens or hundreds of others make more money than they're making now. It's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. We'll have open phone lines later. I don't know if this is something that's going to be of interest enough to you guys to want to talk about. I'm sure it'll be a lot more, Mariner conversation, but I think this is great. I know Jeff, and I texted with Passon yesterday, and it's possible I'm a sucker because we don't know the details yet, and the devil's always in the details. I know that. But at least on its face, the owners, give them credit. The league wins round one, at least from a PR standpoint, and there's a long way to go. But again, if these are just the starting point numbers, and then they negotiate them, make it a little bit better, okay, the cap goes up a little bit, and the floor comes up a little bit, okay. I don't really care where the numbers are, but you're putting, I think, more money into the system. The owners, 360, the owner's offer for cap is insanely low. It's half of the Dodgers' current salary. Yeah, but it forces half of the league to raise their payroll. And it's not half of where the Dodgers' salary would be. I think you got to look for all of it. I think you got to look at all of it. Look at the full picture. I think it's a good deal, at least a good start of a conversation. Shannon Drayer going to join us next. We'll get ready for this homestand together on Brock and Salk.
It's all Mariners now.
Back in first.
Swung on and destroyed. Julio.
Are the Mariners turning the corner at the right time?
They did that without two of their best players.
Right. This is where you come for the games, the conversation, and the insider access.
I feel like we'll have a really good team. There's plenty of time to build on it.
The home of the Mariners.
First place in the AL West.
Seattle Sports.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Do you have a car, truck, or SUV you're willing to sell? How about an RV or commercial vehicle? Wayscar Ford in Auburn will buy it from you. And when they resell your old vehicle, they'll split the profit with you 50-50. That's right. You'll get paid twice. I'm here with Mark Clymer of Wayscar Ford. Mark, I'm not surprised your vehicle profit sharing program's doing well. It's a fantastic offer.
It sure is, Stacy. We've been buying a lot of cars off this thanks to your advertising. And I got to tell you, customers are loving it. They're getting top dollar for their vehicle up front. They're getting paid right now. And the best part is when we resell that vehicle, they're getting 50% of the profit. A lot of people have vehicles right now that are sitting around and they're worth a lot of money and they're saying, you know, what the heck? I want to sell it. I don't want to deal with it myself, but I don't want to give it away either. This is the perfect opportunity for them to get the most they can for the car without having to go through the hassle of selling it themselves.
Exclusively at Wayscar Ford, celebrating 104 years in Auburn. WayscarFord.com. That's WayscarFord.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Here in the Pacific Northwest, windows can be one of the best investments you can make to add value to your home. At Dunn Lumber, we have designated Milgard window specialists who have been trained by Milgard to best serve your needs. If you need help finding the right windows for your home, come by one of our 4 Dunn Lumber window showrooms. Or reach out to me personally, Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
It's all Mariners now.
Back in first.
Swung on and destroyed. Julio.
Are the Mariners turning the corner at the right time?
They did that without 2 of their best players.
Right. This is where you come for the games, the conversation, and the insider access.
I feel like we'll have a really good team. There's plenty of time to build on it.
The home of the Mariners.
First place in the AL West.
Seattle Sports.
And we're back. The big headline today. Your Washington Credit Union, WSECU, has done it again.
5 straight years as Forbes' best in-state credit union. That's a dynasty, Rick, like 5 straight championship rings.
Or 5 seasons hitting 400, Steve.
Holy catfish. If you want a team that wins year after year, join your Washington Credit Union, WSECU. Details at WSECU.org.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Mariners start their big homestand tonight against the Diamondbacks. Are they coming off a sweep? Is this for real? Our Mariner insider, Shannon Drayer, joining us this morning. Not just joining us on her birthday. Good morning, Shannon, and happy birthday.
Good morning. Thank you.
Do you like your birthday? Are you a birthday person?
I am another people's birthday person.
What does that mean?
I really enjoy other people's birthdays.
Okay.
And for me, I think it's kind of silly.
Silly? Shannon, you deserve some birthday love. That's all. We just want to make sure you get a little birthday love.
Yay, I was born. Good job, me.
Nice. Hey, look, and you've made it another year. We're all very proud of you.
I don't know how I did it.
Well, I mean, you're flying around the country. You've got an exciting life. What was
you have to put up with us?
Yeah,
Wyman and Bob at spring training.
Jeez.
Never mind. Happy birthday to me.
What was this last trip like?
Wow. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the most confusing of times. It was, about as roller coastery as this team can get, they did. And, of course, with a big side helping of the drama, too. It was pretty bizarre in that fact, in that it was in that quick a span of time. And I think it just shows the resiliency of this group. And usually when we're talking about that, we're talking about them surviving without key players, which they are. But this was just more about dealing with something that I think has probably been tougher, and it's no longer a start. It's the first 2 months of the season. It's been not living up to the expectations that they set for themselves and having to find a way to pivot and get through it, and then get through just kind of different things that are happening around them. So to see it happen that quickly and happen the way that it happened with the lineup against the lefties, that has just been, the most monumental struggle. It was really just, your head couldn't have turned quicker on this. Now, we've got a long way to go to say that they've turned that page. And after game 2, I think I let off the post-game show. And rather than saying for the umpteenth time, is this the time that they've turned it around? Is this the point in the season that we're going to point back to at the end of the season? I said, I'm just going to enjoy these 2 wins that we had. We just saw 2 good baseballs. And before putting any baseball games and before putting anything else on them, let's enjoy this. And I'm sticking with that for a little while. They've got a ways to go until they turn it around. But I think getting into that top spot is important, and I think that is a great carrot and a great something to try and hold on to, and hopefully it's the reset that they needed.
I'm not going to ask you the next question that I had written down, which is, what do you expect now? Because I think you just said, we have no idea what to expect now. We've seen little bits and pieces of this. Do you have any sense as to what allowed them to start to turn things around over those last 3.5 games?
Yeah, I think that so often when we see that, it's nothing that happened, in between games. It's something that's been ongoing for a little while. And I do think that, they haven't just been going out there and some days being good and passable and other days just falling on their faces. There's been a lot of work that has gone on. I'm not just talking about the early work and the things in the cages, but in trying to bring it along and trying to give them the space that they needed, but also keeping, I don't like the word urgency, but keeping, the vision where it needs to be. And I do think that I don't have absolute confirmation on this, but there was something that we saw and then some things that we heard after that indicated that there was some sort of a team meeting a couple of weeks ago. And I do know that in the past with this group, it's really helped. And I don't know if it was one along these lines where people were allowed to talk and to say things, or if it was one that they were spoken to more. But there were a couple of words that came up from a couple of key people, and they were attitude and energy. And the energy is one that you hear quite a bit from Dan and how important it is with this group. And the attitude, I think, was timely in that, and it all goes back to me. I've given this example for a few different occasions, but when I got to spring training, that was the thing that hit me the most. And it took a while to define it. I'm like, what am I seeing? What am I feeling being around this group? And it was attitude. And it was, we're a World Series team. We've done what we've needed to do on and off the field. We've got the experience. And they were carrying themselves like that. And it was a cool thing. I kind of imagined it would be like, and it's not the best example. They're two different situations, but you walk into Dodger camp and everything just feels very focused and calm and cool. And we know where we're going. We know what we're doing. Let's do our work and get on with it and enjoy it while we're doing it. That's what you felt there. And when they had the disappointment of the beginning of the season and probably the shock that goes with it, I think you started to see that fall off pretty quickly. And this group should carry themselves like they're going to do something special. That's a belief that I think they still have despite the struggles. But I think that was a focus, is bring that with you too. Don't get too tied up in the struggle. Enjoy really appreciate what the length of the season is. Understand that. And just because you're having a rough time now, it doesn't change who you are as a group and what you can do. And I actually have had, conversation with player where they're disappointed here or there, or, just kind of equated it, some real and some just in the mind. And don't be wrapped up in what you're doing right now. You may not win the Cy Young. You may not win the MVP. You may not win this, that, or the other. You still could be a World Series hero.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's still on the table, as is the World Series for the entire team. So I do think that perhaps some of that sinking in and little things here and there added up to a lot of what we saw come out in those 3 games.
Are we, or I shouldn't say we, I should probably take full responsibility. Have I been minimizing the Victor Robles effect? Because since he's been back, you feel like the defense is a little better, the athleticism's a little better. As he was out, I was kind of, I don't know, not dismissive of it, but I didn't really think that much about it since he was out so much of last year also. But seeing him back in, it's like, man, he can really make a difference when he's in there.
Yeah, I think when you're minimizing it, it's because you're looking at the offense only, and that's what we do in baseball largely. That's what grabs the most attention. But defense has really hurt this team early on.
Mm-hmm.
And to have him back out there and to see him make, 2 of those catches that we saw him basically save a postseason making last year, and seeing the reaction from Julio when he did it. Julio going into the dive probably, or the slide, knowing I'm not going to get this ball. Let's see if I can keep it in front of me. And Victor flying out of nowhere in front of him. It's a fun sight. And that saves runs. That saves base runners. That saves pitches on whatever pitcher that you have out on the hill that you want to keep out on the hill. That is huge. And I think that goes to the impact of what even one player can make. There is value in defense. That is, it's a reason, it's a big part of war, and it's a reason why they track that stuff. And I think there are things that you don't see with that as well. But the one thing that I've been wondering is, okay, it's probably too soon, and you don't quite see it. He hasn't been quite as boisterous, but he still is. How much does the energy that he brings off the field play into it as well? And perhaps that does get hurt a little bit more because of what happened last year, and he didn't accomplish what he wanted to. But you'd still, hear the hearty good mornings and medias and everything else that you hear from him. And I think that energy is still there, and I can only imagine what that's like in a dugout. So I do think that it is easy to overlook it because he didn't put up the numbers offensively, but perhaps that's a little bit of what we saw.
Well, so now I start thinking, okay, are there ways to get him into the lineup a little bit more often for the defense? If you do it, it means that you've got to take, either Luke Raley or somebody else out of the outfield on days, even against a right-handed pitcher. Could we see some maneuvering? I mean, it means maybe Canzone's got to sit or Randy's got a DH. Is there some opportunity to see him against righties?
I think there is a little, and I think that is a possibility that they've had from the start.
Right.
If he were able to, from day one, jump up, get off, great guns, they would have been open to giving him that spot. I don't think they're 100%. As much as they seem to love those platoons and everything else, I think that if he was at the top of the list, if anybody had the chance to outright win that spot, it would be him. And look, if that happens, there has to be a lot of moving around, and some guys are going to see less playing time. But that, I think, only strengthens your bench when you're healthy. And the bench is something that's hurt them, too. They never had the bench that they thought that they would have because of the injuries right off the bat. And that's important, too, especially the way that they play things. So I don't think it's not a great thing for the players involved and that they would lose some at-bats. But I think that it is in some ways doable, and I think that was on the table at the beginning of the season.
Quickly here, not that it's a quick conversation, but I saw the proposal from the owners yesterday, and I found myself more hopeful. Some of the national folks have not acted that way. I know the Players Association was upset, but what I saw looked great. What did you think?
Well, I try not to look at where it is at the time, because where we are right now, we're so far. There's so much work to be done on that, and I think we can all agree that just losing any time would be horrible. The game is at its tip-top best right now. It is fantastic. It is growing in popularity. You see it in the numbers. You see it walking around the ballpark. I mean, it's stunning. It looks night and day different in how the game is being enjoyed and who is enjoying and how inclusive it is. It's no longer just, this age group or that age group. You've got families. You've got older people. You've got younger people. You've got kids going to, teens going to the ballpark on their own. Having fun. You've got people who are watching the game through different ways, those that are going to the ballpark to have fun with their friends and might not even see their seats during the game, which is absolutely fine. And you've got the others who are going to the ballpark and, have their phones out and are looking at the numbers and talking the strategy the entire time. It's great. There's enough room for everybody as far as fandom in this game goes. And you're really seeing it. And it's not just here. It's across baseball. And there have been just so many great stories for the game, for individuals, for teams. And, there has been some talk that it's overtaken the NBA in popularity. That's a little disputed. There are a lot of different things that you can take a look at. But where baseball has been, I don't think anybody wants to mess with that. So when you start out and you give your opening proposals, 8 months before the date where things get scary, you don't expect to see much. What I did see is I listened to you a little bit and how you were talking about it and how it could work. And obviously a lot of things would have to be moved around. A lot of concessions would have to be made. I like that they were clear in putting out what they wanted to do and why. I don't think the player side was as clear on what they wanted to do. It was like, we want a lot. We want, give us this, this, and this. What I did appreciate about what the players' side did, and they haven't done this, I think, in a consistent fashion in the recent collective bargaining agreements, is it looked like they were trying to take care of everybody. A lot of those agreements that they had were so top-heavy, and they were so aimed at, the biggest contracts. And you've got to take care of the others in this game. And you hate seeing, in free agency, the people who are on the edge and might not get a job or not getting compensated enough or doing great things for a team and way too far away from getting compensated accordingly for it, with a chance of never getting compensated accordingly for it, because perhaps their career only is 6 years, or perhaps they were late bloomers and by the time they get to free agency, they're in their early 30s. So I like that they had an eye to that. I really like that they had an eye to that.
Well, we'll see where it all goes. You're right. It's a long, long time from now before the rubber really hits the road on this one. What do we got for the birthday dinner tonight? Anything special?
Well, I think it's been pushed off because it involved a green egg, a lot of oysters, and a lot of there's going to be some sort of barbecue also. So
that's not tonight.
I think that's coming up on Sunday.
That feels like maybe later this weekend kind of a thing now.
Yes, yeah. I think that's what it's going to be.
All right. Well, sounds good. Shannon, thank you as always. Enjoy your birthday. Happy birthday. We love you here. Thank you. You know, you're the best, and we'll talk soon.
All right. See you at the park, Lyle.
Sounds good, Shannon.
All right. Oh, yeah, you got to say goodbye to Lyle, except you won't really have to say goodbye.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I see Shannon all the time.
Good job.
All right.
Yeah.
Bye, Shannon. There goes Shannon Drayer, our Mariners insider and all-around excellent human being and one of my favorite people here in Seattle. Love Shannon, and great insight there. I am curious to see, and we'll get to Blue 88 here in a moment, I am a little curious to see if there is a way to add Victor Robles and inject him into the lineup a little bit more. I don't know how you do it. I mean, I don't know who pays the price for it. So let's say you put Victor in right against a righty. And by the way, that's fine. He can hit righties. I don't really want to lose Luke Raley's bat. So he's DHing in that scenario. Is it Canzone? Because I can't take Randy's bat out of the lineup right now. I think I got to probably take Canzone out, and it's not like I'm looking to do that. But unfortunately, I would like the defense, I would like the athleticism, and I would like to see if Victor can hit a little bit, which I think he can. I mean, we've seen him do it before. Is that worth it?
I mean, I think you could either just have Canzone come off the bench late in a lot of games, especially when there's a righty on the mound in that situation, or if you keep all the lefties in then Victor comes off the bench late in the game for his defense, and maybe he gets in a bat or two.
Yeah, pinch running as well. Another thing that,
Sure.
that they've not really taken much advantage of so far. Yeah, I don't know. That defense, the more I watch and think about what Ryan said yesterday about how it affects not just what happens in right field, but how it affects Julio and what happens in left center and his ability to go get it. The pitchers could use the help. And it is something that I'm curious to see if there is a way for them to just find some other ways to utilize.
Well, and
Victor
what you just
moving
brought
forward.
up, Morosi was on with Lyman and Bibe last week talking about once Donovan comes back, if Crawford's going to be playing third more, like you really have kind of a logjam of potential outfielders, and you might have to take some.
Yeah, and then there's got to be a conversation about how you use JP at that point. Like, it's great that JP says he wants to play third. Is that the best thing for the team, or is he coming off the bench maybe a little bit more often? I don't know. You have to kind of see who's hitting, and these things, as we know, tend to take care of themselves, except when they don't. Let's do a quick Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, I'm going to do my own Blue 88 today. Brock's busy. He's going fishing. He's up in Vancouver and on his way to deep North Canada. So I'll take it. Lyle, I got it today, okay? For your final day, I give to you my version of Blue 88. I know that's something that you've always wanted as a little takeaway gift, a parting gift. Maura, we saw that Bill Barnwell did his best and worst moves of the offseason. I know Bump and Stacy spent some time talking about it yesterday. What was the best and worst move of the Seahawks offseason? They both went with re-signing Josh Jobe. I'm going to go with the combination of letting Ken Walker go and then drafting Jadarian Price. Just because of the money saved. It's not a position where I want to see them spend a tremendous amount of money, and it's not a draft where they had a ton of opportunity to really add at the number 32 pick. So what did they do? They saved a ton of money for a running back that may very well be just as good, if not better, and certainly coming, into his prime, which is where rookie running backs are, as opposed to potentially leaving it. So I love it. I think that was the best swap they could have made. I think it's great. What's their worst move of the offseason? They haven't made any bad moves this offseason. I got none. I'm not upset. I'm bummed to see Boye Mafe go. I like, we'll see if Fowler can replace him. I'm hoping, the only thing I guess I could say is that maybe there's one more move to be made, something to continue to strengthen that defensive line. But other than that, I don't have a bad move. I saw that Barnwell went with not replacing Bradford. I don't know. I'm going to give them some credit on that one. They built it the way they wanted to last year. They like what they've got up front. No reason they shouldn't stick with it. Question number 2. Do the Seahawks have a secret weapon? They might. They might have a secret weapon. And his name is Rashid Shaheed. So he's not entirely a secret because obviously he played for them last year and we know what he can do in the return game. But is he a better wide receiver than what we saw last year? Will more time in the system, more time specifically around Sam, and maybe more time on the field over Cooper Kupp moving forward, will all of those things help bring out Rashid Shaheed? Sam Darnold was talking about him on the Green Light podcast. Hey, you got full mic.
I think people realize, because everyone gives him credit for like how fast he is and his return game, like, the punt returns, the kick returns, like he's so good that way. But when people see him run routes, like it's fun to watch, man. Even like routes on air, being able to watch him today, he's just like he's like one of the more smooth, like catch and tuck guys. Like he just catches it and goes. He doesn't have to like think. Sometimes you watch a receiver like think, okay, now I have to catch it and now I have to tuck and go. Like he's just very like, all right, catch, boom, and he's up the field. And I think that's a quality that can be overlooked sometimes when evaluating players.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how they can utilize him. They didn't have an entire offseason to plan for Rashid Shaheed last year. He showed up, obviously, 2/3 of the way through the year. What happens when they're able to plan for some of that and maybe get him the ball in motion and allow that speed to take off? yeah, I am looking forward, and maybe he is a bit of a secret weapon. Not so secret, but a weapon anyway for the Seahawks this year. Question number 3. All right, what's a reasonable expectation from the rookie I just mentioned, Jadarian Price? I'll turn it over to Sean Alexander, who has pretty high expectations on Up and Adam.
We're believing in Price. Price will join this list, I feel like.
Yeah, I think he's going to be the only one.
He's going to be the only rookie running back to hit 1,000 yards.
Yeah,
I feel that.
That only depends on how Schaub comes back too, because he's going to come back and that takes carries away. But
yeah.
I think if he comes out blazing at the beginning of the year, he'll be one for sure.
Great, sign me up.
They were saying only 6 have done it since 2020, and Ken Walker was one of them.
Crazy. Yeah. Well, let's hope he's number 7. He's wearing number 8. That's everything you need to know. Or no, that's Blue 88. It's not even what you need to know. That's coming up. How dare I? God, I'm all over the place on a Friday.
You're not used to Blue 88.
I'm not. It's I'm out of my comfort zone, but I feel like I did a better job than Brock. I don't know. You guys can be your own judge, I guess, on that. But I think it was better than what he would have done today. He would have just gone on and on and on and on. He would have given you like insider football information. Like that's so important. All right, coming up next, going to pay homage to a guy who probably doesn't deserve it yet. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Think you know the Mariners? Not if you aren't subscribed to the Daily Mariners newsletter from Seattle Sports.
That's what they've been waiting for.
The latest Mariners news and injury updates, exclusives from Mariners insider Shannon Drayer.
You look at the pieces and how it works.
Plus the best takes and breakdowns from your favorite Seattle Sports hosts and contributors.
The Mariners seem to be trying to build something that I think is a little bit more sustainable.
The Daily Mariners newsletter.
Monster solo home run.
Subscribe at seattlesports.com/newsletter.
Shopping for a new Mazda? Shop the West Coast's largest Mazda dealer, Mazda of Everett, with more new Mazdas in stock than any dealer in the region. Shop over 780 new Mazdas. Click on the Mazda of Everett price. At Mazda of Everett, exceptional customer satisfaction is the standard. Plus, at Mazda of Everett, you negotiate directly with the owner. Locally owned, trusted by thousands. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and see why we're number 1.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Guys, want long-term health you can count on? It starts with knowing your numbers. This June, for Men's Health Month, Revive Seattle is offering a free comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value, including testosterone, blood sugar, heart health, and more. Take control of your health today and stay strong for the long haul. Offer ends June 30th. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today.
Under these arches, opposing teams are put to the test. Can they hear themselves over the boom of the 12s? Can they withstand the Seattle elements? Can they compete against us? Touchdown! Seahawks! This city lives for Sunday. Get your tickets for Seahawks game days at Lumen Field and experience what this city lives for. Visit Seahawks.com today.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Celebrate America's 250th with our limited edition O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. 2 for $8 at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
A shot to center field. Julio is there, and Julio
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house, even when there's not an actual seat, because you're in the T-Mobile Pen.
They're going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
The Pen isn't just the perfect space to hang with your whole crew. It's where you can see Julio defend the no-fly zone 1 minute and watch Senor Smoke get ready for his big entrance the next.
Andres Munoz has simply been incredible.
Sure, the Pen is standing room only, but with a team this exciting, who wants to be sitting down? Mariners baseball. Try this up.
90s weekend is on deck at T-Mobile Park. The fun gets started tonight at 7:10 with an epic 90s themed fireworks night presented by T-Mobile. Then it's back-to-back giveaways. Julio Rodriguez sleeveless jersey Saturday and Ken Griffey Jr. pin Sunday. Both presented by KeyBank. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Have a troublesome tree in need of removal? P&D Tree Service is up to the task. Local experts in tree removal for residential and commercial. If it's 1 tree or 15 trees, close quarters or land clearing, call P&D Tree. They'll get the job done safely and quickly, turning multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. They'll clear trees away from homes to help you save on home insurance. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever see a tree removed by crane? PNDTreeservice.com.
The warm weather has me thinking about summer plans. Stacy here to add one thing to the top of your list. Book a demo and check out the brand new all-electric wake boat from ARC. I got a ride in a brand new ARC Sport, and it was like a luxury EV on the water. Quiet, powerful, easy to operate, and low maintenance. They're doing demos in Lake Union, Lake Washington, and Lake Sammamish. Honestly, if I could drive one of these to work, I would. Schedule your demo at arcboats.com/demo. If you can't make it out to Kirkland, they'll pick you up. arcboats.com/demo.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to excuse you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! All right, we are halfway through Lyle's final show with us today. Aw, we're going to miss Lyle. Only 2 hours left. I appreciated a lot of the little odes to Lyle we got yesterday, and here's the thing and all that. So we'll take some phone calls a little bit later. G. Scott's going to be in at 8:30, of course, as well. I thought I would pay a little tribute to someone who maybe is too young to deserve a full homage, but how about the start for Colt Emerson? I mean, it's been, 10 games? And I was concerned, right, that maybe it was a little too early. Maybe they were rushing him a little bit. Based on what we've seen so far, they were absolutely right. He looks awesome. He looks so good. I am so impressed by what we've seen from him so far. I'll just give you the numbers because I was curious. Like, we've watched him play, and obviously the bat speed and the hands and, the defense, all of it looks great. So far in just this short stint, 10 games. He's hitting .258, on base percentage of .361, slugging .516. That gives him an OPS of .877 and an OPS plus of .153. Remember, 100 would be league average. So he, so far, has been a 53% better hitter than the average major leaguer. Wow. That's pretty spectacular. Now, again, small sample size, but I think one of the things that's really cool about it is some of that is because of that .516 slugging percentage, and he has that despite 1 home run. It's not like he's come out here and hit 5 home runs in 10 games. He's got 1 home run in his first hit. That's it. How has he done it? Bunch of doubles and a triple. And that, I think, is what we're going to see a lot of from Colt Emerson. Yeah, he'll turn on a couple of pitches. There's no doubt he's got some pop, and he's going to get just bigger. He's going to fill out as he gets older. That's why they always say you learn power, and he will. But I have been pretty impressed, and I just want to take a moment to acknowledge it. Here was Jordan Schusterman yesterday on with Bump and Stacy.
Oh, for sure. And, he had that, was it 4 for 4 with 3 doubles not long ago, and
I just think the quality of the at-bat has just been really encouraging. I think that the maturity at the plate, the defense, I know he's had a couple errors here and there, but still just steadiness and just someone at the bottom of the lineup that can make you sweat. And I think that right now, especially with the lineup still not at full strength, and so now with everybody clicking, like that's exactly what you want, is you want just someone that can, at the bottom of the order, that can give a really good at-bat, whether it's fouling off a bunch of pitches, whether it's driving a ball in the gap. And, I mean, you just have to keep reminding yourself how young he is and kind of appreciate how much better he can still get this season than obviously in the years beyond.
I liked what Divish was saying yesterday, that he's going to get beat. We've seen him get beat. He still strikes out, right? I mean, that's what is the strikeout rate, Lyle?
It's actually pretty tenable. It's 22%.
Yeah. Okay, so right around major league average.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. Why wouldn't he have a better strikeout rate in the majors than he did in AAA baseball? But
maybe it really was the wrist thing. I don't know.
Yeah, and I'm sure there is an element of, the preparation and the scouting report and the major league fields and the batter's eyes. I'm sure all that stuff can play a role, but still, that's pretty impressive and not exactly the norm. Kid's he just has like a little something special about him. And he moves in a way that just kind of lets you know there's a little something there. I've really enjoyed these first 10 games of watching Colt Emerson. Love the way he plays the game. I love the at-bats. I've been incredibly impressed by the way he battles during at-bats, fouling off tough pitches, spitting on pitches that he shouldn't go after where they're trying to get him to do something, understanding what the pitcher is trying to do to him and how he can counteract it. And then at the end of it, just those incredibly quick hands. They just stand out to me every time I watch him play. Divish around him a little bit more, and he absolutely points to what he's seen off the field.
I'm thinking back to like when Ketel Marte was here and he was up in the big leagues, I think at 21. He was so immature and just like didn't get it. And that's part of the reason why he wasn't here, because they didn't know if he ever would get it. Yeah. Now he got a lot better, but even then, like they still deal with some maturity issues. I've never seen anybody like Colt step in and act like he's a big leaguer from the time that he walked in the clubhouse.
And in a good way, right? Because sometimes you sit there and say, he's trying to big league everybody. No, that's not what he means at all. No, he's saying that he's acting like a big leaguer. He understands how he's got to approach his day every day. Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Salk, this is weird. Aren't you the one that says walks and home runs are the only way to win? Now you're a fan of RBIs, doubles, and triples? Pick one. This is why you're annoying. I don't think I say it's the only way to win. I think you have to have those things. I'm impressed that he's got an on-base percentage that is over 100 points higher than his batting average in just 10 games. He's taking his walks. That's important. That's not always been a huge part of Colt Emerson's game. I'm psyched that it is. I don't think every player needs to hit home runs. Teams have to hit home runs. I think eventually Colt is going to be one of those players going to drive you absolutely crazy to play against because he can do so many different things. And at the same time, I'm opening up my mind to the fact that the game changes. For the last couple decades, it has been walks and home runs, and you can live with some of the strikeouts. I'm still willing to live with some of the strikeouts, but it's very clear that you're going to have to start to find other ways to win in baseball. I've been saying that here now for a little while. I'm open-minded to trying to change. Yeah, I think walks and home runs are incredibly important, but they're not the only thing. You do need more pitching, for one. 206 says, why don't you just ask Colt Emerson to marry you? I would, but I think it would upset my daughter too much. Avery, very, very, very big fan right away of Colt Emerson. I mean, they're only a few years apart, which is bizarre. I
thought you had already asked Luis anyway.
He said no, sadly. He wasn't interested. He's sort of dealing with this whole piggyback thing right now. He's not in the best mental state. Anyway, I'm excited. I was a little nervous about the way it would go for Colt to start the year and sort of when they, the way and the timings. I was a little worried about it. It's been great. And they've kept him at the bottom of the lineup, and they haven't overexposed him, and they've allowed him to kind of learn on the job and fail and get back out on the horse. It's been great. The development has been really good. It's been really good. 509 says, that texter was way out of line, Salk. There are far more annoying things about you than thinking walks and home runs are the only way to win. I would agree. There's a lot more ridiculous things about me than that. That's not the reason I'm annoying. There's plenty of other reasons that I'm annoying. That's just like one small thing. Just one small thing. Anyway, excited to go. I'm going to be at the ballpark tomorrow night, and one of the things that I'm most excited to see is Colt Emerson. Kind of want to see him play in person. I saw him in up in Everett last year, but I want to see him in person, the big league game. I'm looking forward to that tomorrow. Not that and getting to see Brian Wu. I always wonder, right? Like we've talked about this before. Like if you get tickets to the game, who do you want to see? It's Brian Wu right now, right? Like, if you get tickets to the game, who do you want to see? It's not that Hancock hasn't been great. Kirby's been really good. Logan's always fun to watch. But if you get tickets to the game right now, don't you want to see Brian Wu? So I was pretty psyched that it just kind of worked out that way Saturday night. Going to go and looking forward to watching Brian once we get there. All right, let me come back here. We'll give you guys everything you need to know. And then G will come by in about 20 minutes. We got phone calls a little bit later. We're saying goodbye to Lyle today. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
It's all Mariners now.
Back in first.
Swung on and destroyed. Julio.
Are the Mariners turning the corner at the right time?
They did that without two of their best players.
Right. This is where you come for the games, the conversation, and the insider access.
I feel like we'll have a really good team. There's plenty of time to build on it.
The home of the Mariners.
First place in the AL West.
Seattle Sports.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Hon, is your new pinball machine in our budget?
KeyBank will meet you in that our money is now our money moment.
Actually, our banker Steve recommended we start a joint checking account for bills and keep our individual accounts for things like, pinball machines.
Did someone say Banker Steve? I was in the neighborhood, in case you had any checking account questions.
Steve, you're always there for us. Now, how quickly can we open that account?
Steve, are you seeing this?
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank member FDIC.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
You know what you can trust? The protection you get when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. You know what you can't trust? Everything else, apparently. Like when you saw that article that said that thing you eat every day is a superfood and great for your gut health. But then 30 seconds later, a different article warns you to avoid it and it's taking years off your life. Well, which is it? Kind of a big difference there. Anyway, bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive for reliable coverage in a reliably unreliable world. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
A bases clearing, 3-run double by Josh Naylor.
Are you planning an event this summer? Make it unforgettable at T-Mobile Park. Mariners suites and group tickets are perfect for any occasion. Fundraisers, school outings, work parties, family celebrations, and more. Enjoy customizable catering, flexible setups for 14 to 400 people, and epic game day views, all with the help of a dedicated Mariners rep. Get ahead and start planning your event today at mariners.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, step right up and test your luck for a chance to win up to $10,000 in cash. That's right, folks. Every Saturday in May from 7 p.m. till midnight, there'll be two winners every hour. Pick the lucky rubber ducky and walk away with 10 grand. It's Duck Duck Win. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Summer starts at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland. Go electric and go smart. The 26BZ with 0% financing for 72 months, plus up to $5,000 in loyalty cash. Or the Prius plug-in hybrid leasing at $399 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. Or finance at 1.99% APR. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. Offers valid through June 1st, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
And we're back. The big headline today. Your Washington Credit Union, WSECU, has done it again.
5 straight years as Forbes' best in-state credit union. That's a dynasty, Rick, like 5 straight championship rings.
Or 5 seasons hitting 400, Steve.
Holy catfish. If you want a team that wins year after year, join your Washington Credit Union, WSECU. Details at WSECU.org.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, the Mariners are back home. Fireworks night tonight. Don't forget, if you're heading to the ballpark, 90s fireworks night. Lyle, I'm sure you'll know all the music. Big 90s fan that you are. Little fireworks. I think the rain hopefully is going to stop before then. Should be cool. You'll get to see Zach Gallen against George Kirby in the opener against Arizona. Diamondbacks have been good, 31-24 to start the year, and the Mariners obviously have started to play a little bit better ball here in the last couple of games. Is it for real? Is it going to continue? Well, let's hope so. They got a hit, as Ryan Divish told us yesterday.
I think they just when they just hit just a little bit too. There's the and like Scott Service said this, and you know I've always believed in it too because I never really noticed it. But when you hit, you have energy because you're running the bases. When this team gets a little offense or just gets some base runners going early, it's just a different vibe. Because I think also when they have struggled this much, especially against lefties, you get down 2 or 3 innings. Oh no, we haven't scored a run. We haven't done anything. Then you start to press a little bit. Whereas if they can just play relaxed and play up to their talent, they're pretty good. And to me, really, it's always just been just go play, just keep playing.
Well, and they're starting to get a little bit healthier, right? As they bring back Victor Robles, and now their bullpen is in much better shape than it was a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, you're still waiting on Cal, and you're still waiting on Brendan Donovan, but you're now a lot closer to full strength than you were. John Morosi, pretty impressed by what they've done despite that.
I think the Mariners have smoothed out a lot of their issues more or less on schedule. It's certainly not been as smooth as it was a year ago, but look at them. They're at the first place in the division, and as you look at things now that they've normalized a bit, there's not a team in this division that set the records aside. Just look at the rosters and the personnel. You've been able to do all of this with Raleigh and Donovan on the injured list. Arguably, I mean, your number 1 most important player and then one of your 2 or 3 most important offensive players are both hurt. And you've been able to navigate it to this point. So for me, I'm still buying stock in the Mariners. The best is yet to come from them this season.
Well, hopefully we're starting to see it. Should be an interesting homestand. As first, Arizona's in, as I said. Diamondbacks have been good. You get to see Corbin Carroll, local kid. went to SCDS and then to Lakeside. Ketel Marte, who, of course, started his career here. Nolan Arenado, been one of the best defensive players ever in the game of baseball. So, yeah, it should be fun. Hopefully. Is Arenado going to play or not? I know he came out with the groin injury, but he's not on the IL.
Yeah, no, it didn't sound that serious.
Okay,
I would
good.
assume he would.
He's a good player and kind of fun to watch. So it should be a cool series to see these two teams get after it.
It's my last show. I'll give him a little shout out too because he's my guy. But Brandon Garcia's pitched really well for the Diamondbacks. He's been really good.
That's
out
your
of the
guy.
bullpen. He was.
He was part of which deal?
Naylor.
The Naylor deal.
So he's been up for about a month. They wanted him to just work on a couple things to start the year in the minors. But man, his ERA is 1 in 11 appearances right now. So
Kind of forgot about him, to be honest. I know he's your guy. I had kind of forgotten about him.
Yeah.
I was thinking about Locklear or some of the other guys that went there. I kind of forgot about Brandon Garcia.
Locklear was the Geno trade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's not really done anything.
Right.
And the other kid, they got some random dude playing first base, but unbelievable.
Yeah.
What's the guy's name?
Ildemaro Vargas.
Ildemaro Vargas.
Yeah.
Watch out. Take notice.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Ildemaro. I love that. If I had a third kid, I'd consider Ildemaro. I'm probably not gonna. Well, actually physically can't, but that's a whole different issue. Perhaps not unexpected, but how about DeMarcus Lawrence? He's got 6 kids, and he was finally at Seahawks OTAs yesterday, spoke with John Boyle, said basically he's doing great, he's happy to be back. He was never really thinking about retiring because why? He had more fun this year than ever playing football. Well, that's awesome. And does speak to the kind of culture that they've created here in Seattle. Sam Darnold spoke to some of that fun factor yesterday.
It's really honestly so fun during this time, during OTAs and training camp, to be able to like try to dissect and just go through, like continue to go through your progressions, but understand like what's going on and trying to see if you can see it before the snap even happens, and trying to see like all the different tricks, like, oh, is the nickel leverage a little different? Oh, where are the backers lined up? Is the safety is there like a safety that I can maybe key a little bit more than the other one? Or do the corners, are one or both of the corners pressed? If one of them's off and one of them's pressed, is it going to be like a quarters push kind of in like 3x1? So it's like those little fun things to kind of go through in your head throughout this time in the season.
Yeah, I get what he's saying there, and some of the way they dig deep into football. Mike McDonald often says he wants guys that love ball, and Sam Darnold, I think you hear in there some of his love for ball, and I hope DeMarcus Lawrence still has some of that. Bummed that he's not going to be able to be there for all of OTAs, as you know. I do think that's very important. I'm not going to rip him, but I do think that it's a bummer. I think when everybody shows up to those things, it helps the team prepare themselves. Now, coming off the Super Bowl year, is it a little bit different? Yeah, maybe, because of all just the extra work and all of the extra time spent on the field, and you do need to take care of the body. But, yeah, I would be happier if everybody was there instead of most everybody.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I was reasonably happy with what I saw yesterday from any Major League owners as they made their first offer to the players, as they're trying to resolve this labor dispute before a work stoppage this offseason. It's better than what I would have thought. Essentially, the owners are proposing a salary cap and floor. The cap would be around $245 million, the floor around $171. And then depending on which numbers you look at, 6 to 8 teams would need to cut payroll. 12 to 15 would need to raise them. And ultimately, there's a tremendous amount more money that would be in the system for players. It should raise the competitive balance. And yet, Jeff Passan, pretty pessimistic yesterday.
The sides could not be any farther apart, not just in terms of what they are proposing, but in terms of just the straight philosophy of how they think baseball should be run. Major League Baseball's economic system has been the same since the MLBPA started back in the late 1960s. MLB is proposing a wholesale change to that. And the last time MLB proposed a salary cap, Jay, was 1994. And the World Series wound up getting canceled that year because of a player strike. This time, the expectation, if they can't come to an agreement by December 1st, is that the league will lock out the players. And just how protracted this becomes is a question we won't know for months, but will be on the minds of everyone who's a baseball fan.
Yeah, I got to say, usually it's difficult to side with owners in these things. The proposal that they gave yesterday, though, I think is going to make the players look real bad that they're dismissing it out of hand. There should be a lot of positives in there for players. we don't know what all the details would be, and I'm sure that there's some stuff in here as we read through it. You'd be like, oh, okay, well, that doesn't work out as well for the playoff. I see why the owners are doing this. This really, okay, fine. But in terms of day one PR, I think the owners looked great on this one. It's a totally reasonable start, whereas if the players are going to dismiss it out of hand, I don't think they look reasonable at all. That is everything you need to know. A quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. We'll take phone calls. You can call in on this. My guess is it's going to be not a huge caller subject. We'll probably spend a lot more time talking about kind of where the Mariners are at and kind of things they should do and everything from the piggyback to the lineup and, you know, some other options they might have here. But I'll certainly take calls. I was interested in it yesterday. I kind of like this idea. A salary floor and forcing these other teams to care and compete, I'm into it. You got to do it the right way because I don't want teams just spending random extra money on veteran players that can't play. I don't think it's an accident that a bunch of the teams on the low end of that scale are currently playoff teams. Now, I know it's early in the year, but we know there's lots of ways to win in baseball. So how do you do it and still provide? Well, I think the answer is you provide more money in the first 6 years to young players. That's who I want to make more of the money, not the guy who's already making $200, $500 million. They're fine. I want to see more money go to guys in their first 5 or 6 years so that the major league minimum goes up, so that the money that you make in your arbitration years, 4, 5, and 6, so that number goes up. And if you can raise those figures significantly, I think you're going to have I just think that helps. I think that helps the league. And then you don't necessarily waste money on guys that are older, and that's okay. I think that's okay. All right, we'll see where it goes. G. Scott's going to come in. We'll hang out with him for a little while. We'll review the week, and then we'll take some calls, and then we'll get out of here. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
It's all Mariners now.
Back in first.
Swung on and destroyed. Julio.
Are the Mariners turning the corner at the right time?
They did that without two of their best players.
Right. This is where you come for the games, the conversation, and the insider access.
I feel like we'll have a really good team. There's plenty of time to build on it.
The home of the Mariners.
First place in the AL West.
Seattle Sports.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Heward, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
Around here, we see a lot of people head out, no matter where they're going. We just help make sure they're ready. Before you hit the road, get a pre-trip safety check from Les Schwab Tires. It's free. Plus, this May, save up to $200 on select sets of 4 tires, including all-terrain, highway, all-season, and all-weather. So go ahead. Explore with confidence. Les Schwab Tires. We're here to help you take the long way. Limited time offer while supplies last. See leschwab.com/sale for details.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Windows are our home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
This Memorial Day, feel the freedom of lower energy bills. Lake Washington Windows and Doors is taking $525 off every window, plus $1,000 off every patio or entry door. Plus, enjoy 12 months free financing. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Frank Lumber, the door store, has some exciting news. After 6 long years, our Marysville store will be reopening this Memorial Day, May 25th. Our regular hours will be Tuesday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. But on Monday, Memorial Day, May 25th, we will be celebrating our grand reopening from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Stop by for a hot dog and pop and see the thousands of doors and discounted specials. Visit us this Memorial Day at Frank Lumber in Marysville on Cedar Avenue. We'll see you there.
With Popeye's new $6 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $6 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
Mariners and Diamondbacks tonight at T-Mobile. 7:10 first pitch. Pregame at 6. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on oil?
We've got many markdowns on oil.
How about on that new STP Any Mileage?
You'll save $5 when you buy 5 quarts of STP Any Mileage with an oil filter and get up to 5,000 miles of protection.
Heck of a markdown for quite a lot of miles.
At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, you know what that music means. It means G. Scott is in the house, and he's right here next to me. Good morning, G.
Hey, good morning. I know what time it is. We started a new trend. Ready to take callers.
Are we? I felt like that was a Lefko special because he doesn't like take callers. I take callers at 9:30 every Friday.
Every Friday, yeah.
Yeah, that's sort of our the way we end our week.
Yeah.
Hard to do it at 8:30 and 9:30.
Right.
I know. Well, I get you at 9:30. We get to talk together, which is so fun. But it was good last week taking calls.
It was great.
This guy made your day. Huh? You've been talking about it for a week.
Seth from Olympia?
Yeah.
Hey, man. Seth from Olympia. Hey, man, I got something for you. I'm gonna tell you right now. I won't say it right now. I don't know what the rules are and everything like that. But
okay.
And here's the reason why I got something for him. Literally, right? I told Mara and those guys.
Should I play the sound? Because I think we have some of that. Because I haven't heard it really. This is Seth.
Of course, Mike Salk hasn't heard it. He doesn't hear anything.
Well, I was on vacation. I was up in Canada, but I heard about it.
I mean, there's people that weren't here either. It's all over social media. Do you have social media?
Yeah.
Oh, you stay away from that. Okay.
Gee, I've been listening to you for years. I listened to you before you were on the JC show. May he rest in peace is my favorite guy that was ever on the radio. One night I'm driving home about 10 years ago, missed my dad the night before Thanksgiving, and I'm listening to 710 Cairo at night. G's also talking about his dad. And I wanted to say thank you for that, because it was around Thanksgiving, and you got me back in touch with my dad. And my dad had died 20 years ago, and I hadn't been able to grieve for him. And that night, you talking about your dad who had died, and you talked about him not coming out for the last Thanksgiving. That meant a lot to me, G. Wow. Another thing, I'm from Indiana, and you're from the Midwest, brother.
Kind of goes on from there, but you get the idea of the call. I mean, obviously you touched him, and it had a considerable impact on his life for the positive. Nice job.
Yeah, it was really cool. But the one part that I want everybody to know before we move on, so one of our coworkers had their dad pass recently, right? And on Friday, which was last Friday, I just so happened to be talking to them about it, and we were talking about it. And we were talking about, like, if they come to your dreams. And so I said, man, it's crazy, right? In 10 years that my dad's been gone, he's only come to me like twice in my dreams. And the one time was like kind of, I didn't even really understand it. And I'm like, man, that's weird. And so I was talking to him about it. He was like, yeah. He was like, well, maybe it's because you carry him with you every day and you talk about him so often. Maybe he doesn't come to your dream that way.
Right.
And he said maybe he always shows up like in your everyday life. I'm like, yeah, that's probably a good point. So I come in here with Lefko and these guys, and that call with
that
Seth,
was the next thing?
That was the next thing.
Oh my gosh.
That happened.
Wow.
Is that happened? And so when the reason you hear me say wow is when he talked about the story about Thanksgiving before my dad passed. I've only told that story one time, and that was on the airwaves. I'd never repeated that story ever again, though I think about that story often. I've only told it once.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah.
All right. What? Let's talk some sports. What do you make of running it forward?
Might be the best line in sports when it comes to wanting to win the championship again ever. When I heard that, I sat there and said, well, why the hell have I never thought about that? I mean, you go back to the Pat Riley
I was going to say
days.
three-peat. Now, as soon as you said that's the best ever, I was like, hold on. We got to talk about three-peat because he invented the word.
Yeah, I know. And you and I were right there.
He invented the word. I have the T-shirt. I had a T-shirt of Pat Riley. It was like a caricature thing.
Yeah.
And he was holding up, and it was a three-peat T-shirt.
Yeah.
He invented the word.
Yeah. And that's the thing.
But this is at that level.
But this is at that level.
Wow.
This is really at that level. And so one of the things, I've had some discussions with some of the guys.
Repeat.
I've had some discussions with some of the guys about, like, hey, what's the atmosphere like and what's going on over there? They were just like, man, college experience, high school experience, just football experience in general. The way they do things over there is so, I don't want to say cliche words here. I just want to, let's start with intentional. Number one is intentional. Number two, one of the quotes recently, I don't know, I think you guys was his name, Peter, was on your show, and he talked about how Mike McDonald talked about the best thing about winning was that finding out that their process actually works, right? That's a thing. And
Pete Schrager.
Yeah, he was on. And he told that story that Mike McDonald had said that.
Yeah.
And everything is mirroring what those guys are saying about over there. And so I kept asking, like, yo, this whole run it forward thing, is that crazy? They're like, yeah, that's wild, because usually it's, hey, let's repeat. Let's do it again. Let's do exactly what we've done. And as a matter of fact,
you can't do that. Right? It doesn't work.
You can't, but we,
Yep.
right? We, us, all of us, we're all guilty of, hey, who's going to replace this person? Who's going to replace K9? Well, what about this? And no.
It doesn't allow for evolution. It doesn't allow for a team to, and the knowledge that somebody else is going to have their own plan, right? Like they're going to be looking at what you did and saying, okay, how are we going to beat it? So if you just try to do the same thing, it doesn't quite work that way.
Like when I got married again, you feel me? I didn't say, let's repeat.
Right. What about when you got married again?
I didn't say let's repeat.
And what about when you got married again?
Hey, baby, let's run it forward. Let's run it forward.
Yeah.
Is the key. So, I look, I think Mike McDonald might be, we'll see. We might be talking about this dude on some different stuff.
Well, I think what jumps out to me there, G, is when Mike McDonald was hired.
Yeah.
We knew he was a defensive, I don't know if you want to use the word genius, but for lack of a better term, guru, genius,
was
whatever.
Was he the defensive coordinator when they beat up on the Seahawks?
Yeah. I mean, but we knew that. We knew he was a defensive whiz.
Yeah.
Everyone knew that the X's and O's were going to be there. He had a scheme that worked. It worked in Michigan. It worked in Baltimore. It got the best out of his guys. We knew all of that. Mm. The question, not the weakness, the question, and we went through this yesterday. There's a difference between having questions and having weaknesses. The question was, how would he do at the big picture management of a team? 2 years plus in, I think we have the answer to that. Like he's really, really good at it. He's really good on game day at the management of decision making, when to go for it, when to not go for all those types of things, clock management. Mm-hmm. And he might be even better at the messaging to his team and getting them to buy in.
You like math?
I'm okay with math, more than Lyle does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean
math
math
doesn't say much. Yeah.
Last day math for Lyle. You guys listening right now, if you guys like math or you don't like math, but we all had to take math, fortunately, unfortunately. We had to go to school and we had Algebra 1, Algebra 2, geometry, trig, all the good stuff, calculus, all that. Check out this math thing. When it comes to Mike McDonald, I think Mike McDonald is one of 32 head coaches in the game that's playing NFL math. They're all trying to get the equation, and they try to figure it out. Mm-hmm. Mike McDonald is the kid in class that not only does he understand what the teacher puts on the board, and not only does he figure out the equation, before people are done in that 50-minute classroom, Mike McDonald is able to take that, come up with other ways of doing it. Mm-hmm. And meanwhile, you got people like G. Scott, who's I'm just trying to get through the class.
Right.
Mike McDonald has taken that equation that they put up on the board, figured it out, solved it.
And he's found real-world usages for it.
And he's done all types of stuff with it.
Yeah, it's like watching the kid in Good Will Hunting. Like he just gets it quicker and better.
Mike McDonald is like ahead of his time. Now, let's go back to when he first got here. Mike McDonald won 10 games. Mm-hmm. He won 10 games, and that weren't even the players that he had. He didn't pick the offensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. He didn't pick all of those places. He came here, all right, whatever's in the kitchen, I'm going to go ahead and cook with that. I'm going to go ahead and make this meal this year, but next year, this how we about to cook this.
Right, yeah.
You feel me? Mm-hmm. Hey, I need you to go to Safeway, go pick this up for me, go give me this, we get an offensive coordinator. And so now the question is, well, they don't have an offensive coordinator right now. Well, what about this Brian Fleury guy? What's that going to be? Y'all don't understand. Mike McDonald, again, is in that math room.
I think it's still it's going to be a question about the team until it's answered. It doesn't make it a weakness. But you can't tell me going into the year that's not the biggest question, right?
What's the biggest question?
The offensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. Right, he's new, and Kubiak did a hell of a job last year, and that was a pretty key part of it. I'm not saying Brian Fleury's not going to be good. Mm-hmm. It's not a weakness.
What's your favorite restaurant?
Oh, man. I mean, how long you got? Probably Single Shot, Capitol Hill. It's my spot.
Nice.
I love that place.
Lyle, what's your favorite restaurant?
Chili's.
Jeez. Mara, what's your favorite restaurant?
No, Lyle can answer.
What's
I'm sorry.
Favorite restaurant? You got one?
I mean, Brazilian steakhouses are pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
I guess just by default, I'll say, why am I blanking on it? What's
your last day?
The big one downtown?
No. It's a chain. Fogo de Chao.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, chain guy.
Fogo de Chao pretty good. I'm not gonna knock Fogo de Chao. They come over there. You ever been to Fogo de Chao?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Good. It's good.
That's right up your alley because you love that meat.
No doubt.
They just keep coming more and more.
Now, you guys ready for this? What's the chef's name? You see what I'm saying? Like, you might have your favorite restaurant, but you don't even know the chef's name. You want to know why? Because Fogo de Chao or Single Shot or Mike McDonald, you're coming to the restaurant of Mike McDonald. You don't even know the chef's name. All you know is when you pull up to Mike McDonald's football restaurant, It don't matter who the chef is. It don't matter who running the offense, running the defense. And matter of fact, I just gave you time, and you still can't come up with the chef's name. You go to the restaurant, baby. So whoever's name is on the restaurant, you ain't got to worry about the cook.
Good text message. Says it's like watching the kid in Good Will Hunting, Salk. You mean Will Hunting? Yeah, that's fair. That's good. That's fair. I'll own that one. He is the kid in Good Will Hunting. He's Will Hunting. Yes, appreciate that.
Of course you like that movie.
Everybody likes that movie.
It's a great movie.
Who doesn't like that movie?
Do all your people back home like that movie?
I would say that when that movie came out, being from Boston, there were before that movie, there had been a lot of bad mischaracterizations of Boston that didn't get the accent right or were just not accurate. Mm-hmm. And then you saw that movie and you're like, yeah, that's it.
Right.
Yeah, I know those kids. I know that guy. I know that guy. I know the yes.
Yeah.
The accents were perfect. Everything. It's a good movie.
Okay. I got a question.
All right.
Between those two actors,
Affleck and Damon.
And just for all of you all listening right now, let's call it right now.
Okay.
Who is a better actor between the two?
Who's a better actor?
Actor.
Just
Damon,
actor.
Just actor.
You're not including director.
No.
Or personality or any of that.
No. Matt Damon or Ben Affleck. I'll go first. I don't know I don't know what it is. Yo, Ben Affleck is an incredible actor. He is incredible. And by the way, he was the man in Batman 2. He gets no love. Ben Affleck is a cold actor.
I'm sorry, I gotta go with Matt Damon, and that's not a shot. I love Ben Affleck. I think he's entertaining, and I like the early stuff he did, like when he was doing. He's in Dazed and Confused as the bad guy. Yeah. He's in what's the I'm just blanking on the name. He did some great stuff early. Mallrats. He's hilarious as the bad guy.
Yeah.
But Matt Damon's I think Matt Damon's a really good actor. A really good actor.
That's why it was gonna be hard.
I love. You ever see Role Models, where the little kid keeps telling Paul Rudd that he's Matt Damon?
No.
Oh, it's so funny. So good. You see that movie?
Yeah. 509. Quick question. What did Boston think of the town?
That was pretty good too. Yeah, and by the way, Affleck's good in that. Dude, Affleck's made some really good movies too. Once you start saying it.
Hey, listen. As the day progresses.
Yeah, but people take off points for Geely.
Okay.
I've never seen Geely.
No. I knew Mara. I knew that was coming up.
I've never seen Geely.
And you know what I'm saying? Look. It's like sometimes you have a bad girlfriend. You feel me?
I mean, didn't Matt Damon do We Bought a Zoo? I mean, you can make bad movies and still be a good actor.
I just got to tell you, as we continue on, with your day, some of you guys are going to be like, you know what? This Ben. Ben cold.
He's had a good career. He totally got screwed, too, out of the Oscar after he directed Argo? And, he was, it was like, why didn't Argo won everything else but not director?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not cool. That was a bummer. Yeah, he's good. I'm with you. No, they're both really good, and it's a good movie. All right, what else you want to talk about today? We got DeMarcus.
My man is back. He's
DeMarcus
back.
Lawrence. I know it's good news. I hate that he's missing some of the OTAs. I find myself in a bind because you know how much I love DeMarcus Lawrence, but also I got to stay true to my view. You should be here. If there's practices, you should be here. I don't care if they're voluntary. He has a perfectly good excuse. It's very valid. And, having 6 kids, including a 1-year-old and a newborn, those are really good reasons not to be here.
Yeah.
I'd still prefer he be here, right? I'd still prefer he's here.
Were you happy when he showed up?
Yeah. I was, because we knew he was coming back, but we didn't know that he was coming back.
I mean, now it's 85, right? It was 84. 84 of the 90-91 is then being there, which is probably the best in the NFL right now, voluntary. Now you're at 85 of the 91 that are there working out voluntarily.
Yeah.
It'd be like, it would be like having a band that has platinum albums and everything, and then yet they still show up for 9 o'clock rehearsals.
Yeah.
And y'all know that don't happen too often, because once you get that trophy and you get that ring, you start to get excited, right? Or it's like getting married. Getting married sometimes, I don't know if any of you guys have done this. I'll speak for myself. But sometimes you get married, you get comfortable, and maybe you gain 15, 20 pounds. Fellas, any of y'all done that? and you got married already. You're not on a dating scene anymore. You got married, you gained 15, 20 pounds. And sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But that's why you got to show up to these practices.
And DeMarcus Lawrence
you don't
right
want
now. DeMarcus Lawrence showed up. You know what I mean?
How'd he look?
He's got six kids. Showing up look good. Look good.
I don't mean to keep coming back to all this, but this is important. The Accountant movies are very good. I was shocked by how good The Accountant was with Ben Affleck.
You.
That movie's actually really good. I didn't think it would be, but it's really good. I watched it. Was like, man, that's really good.
Okay, let's pause for a second.
I want to thank the 206. Chasing Amy is the movie I was trying to think of. Yes.
Okay. Can we pause for a second? When I first said Ben Affleck, and I think most people judge him on his personality.
Right. No, that's fair.
You know what I mean?
Matt Damon's a lot more likable.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, that's fair.
But when you now text in if you've had a change of heart since we've been talking.
Both guys are good at making fun of themselves, though, I would say. Like, they both have done a bunch of stuff where they don't take themselves that seriously.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the Accountant movie did surprise me.
Well, the Accountant was so damn good. It was so good. That dude's a dog, man. And like I said, some of you guys are texting in. You can like, oh, Affleck is terrible. Okay,
he's not terrible.
No,
that's
terrible.
Definitely wrong.
But sometimes, do you guys?
How about Casey Affleck? Because Casey Affleck's pretty legit too. I like Casey. Casey's great in Good Will Hunting. Mm-hmm. He's great in Gone Baby Gone, which is so good.
Baby.
And those books are great, by the way. If you ever want to read a bunch of good books, read all of that guy's books. They're awesome. All the
you like a lot of fiction, don't you?
It's all I read, man. It's all I read and it's all I watch. I gotta be clear. I don't want anything reality.
You made a good point. And by the way, thank you for that. Because you were like, hey, G, I just like fiction books, man. I don't want the reality sometimes. I need to get away. And then if I'm gonna do fiction, I just rather watch movies and TV then.
But that's fine. But if I'm reading or watching anything, I want it to be scripted. Unless it's sports, obviously, in which case I don't need it to be scripted. But, like, I don't want to watch a documentary. I don't want to read nonfiction. I don't want to watch a reality TV.
Yeah.
I want somebody to write something that I'm going to consume either by reading it or by watching it or listening to it. Music, movies, TV, fiction, like I got no interest in anything else.
209 texts in and says, can you please stop spending so much time on your terrible film takes and get back to your terrible sports takes?
I don't have any more. I'm out of terrible sports takes.
Yeah. Well, how about this? We got about 4 minutes, man. So, Lyle, bruh, last day. Here's what I'm going to say I'm going to miss about you. First, I don't know how long you've been here, but it seems like you just got here 5 minutes ago. Well, how long you been here? Year and a half?
Close to 2 years. Yeah.
Wow, that's number one. Number two, I think my most favorite thing about you is that I know in real life that you're kind of a loudmouth. The fact that you come in here to this studio every single day and you got just such a chill personality. I just want to know, when you leave here, let's just say right now, this is me and you. This is your exit interview, right? You're doing an exit interview. I don't know if you're going to be doing that with the boss lady and them and all that, but your exit interview. What could you say about your time with the Brock and Salk Show?
Man, hard hitting. We did this a bit at 6 o'clock. But
you did?
I mean, it's been awesome. It's very, very bittersweet.
Has it really?
Yeah.
What's been the worst part?
The worst?
Yeah, I mean, nobody want to hear about that. Tell us this. Exit interview. Let's reset this.
What was the worst part?
What is the worst part
Fridays at 8:30
with Brock and Salk, other than you getting up early in the morning? Because your ass don't want to get up. Oop, I can't say that. Go ahead. I mean, I had to develop even thicker skin than I probably already had to have growing up. That's for sure. Because not only do you have to take it from everybody on the show, I would get it the most, and it's also publicly. So sure, that can be the worst.
Where'd you grow up at?
I mean, in Kirkland, but every kid gets made fun of by their friends growing up. That's just normal.
Oh, that's good Kirkland getting made fun of, though. That'd be nice.
if you're gonna get made fun of,
get made fun of in Kirkland.
You might as well. I mean,
what did you learn?
That was what I asked him. I asked him what he learned from each of us at 6 o'clock. Let's direct it. What have you learned from G in your nearly 2 years here?
Be yourself, man. Seriously. I mean, and we
unapologetically so.
I mean, and we laugh, but G is where he is from being authentically himself, right? It's very real.
Yes, because
that's real.
Because I promise you, if I was a good actor, I'd go into acting. Terrible at that. if I was good at radio or like with all the things that they teach you how to do. Mike Salk was trying to teach me all this stuff, and I just couldn't get it and understand it. But then finally, he did teach me how about you just be yourself? Oh, I can do that.
I can do that. I'm very good at that.
I can do that.
Yeah.
We make fun of Lyle a lot for not liking learning and not being very curious, but you've given some really thoughtful, insightful answers to these questions.
Imagine if Lyle applied himself, what he could do. Like, it really would be impressive.
Again, get me to care about a subject, and I will put a lot of time into it. I cared about all this.
Lyle, what is the biggest thing that you're excited about besides sleeping in?
It's a good question. I mean, there's a lot, but I guess getting to work for yourself is a pretty cool thing. It's not something everybody gets to do. I mean, as much as I didn't like school, I graduated during COVID. Like, I graduated May of 2020, and when you're trying to work in sports, that did not make it easy. And there were years that were hard after you graduated, because it's not like, oh, you were getting rejected from jobs. It's, oh, no, there were no jobs to apply to.
Right.
They didn't exist. So there was a lot of freelancing going on for a while, and there was a lot of other side jobs. You'd work on the side for a while. And, there was a lot of piecing it together. And then after a couple years of that, I was obviously so very, very lucky and fortunate enough to land here. But I don't know, the idea of getting to work for yourself and be your own boss is a pretty cool, powerful thing. So I'm ready to lean into that.
You're my son. You're my son's age now that I think about it. You're May 2020, so you and my son are still the same age. And look, as somebody who, before Mike Salk gave me that ridiculously high salary, sarcasm, reached across the table, I was someone who had never worked for him. I was always working for myself. So definitely understand that. And then let me tell y'all something. Hey, look here. I always want to keep a job. hey, boss lady, keep that key going. You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't continue to shock you that on his first contract offer, G wasn't the highest paid person in the building. Totally blows me away that we didn't offer him more than anybody else right off the bat.
Hey, you ready for
really
this?
surprising.
Hey, right now, I'm still towards the bottom. It's all good, though.
All right, G, goodbye. G and Ursula starts in a few minutes over on our sister station, 97.3, Cairo News Radio, plus The Reset. And everywhere else. Everybody loves Trevor, by the way. Everyone loves Trevor on The Reset. Everyone loves him.
Trevor's the man.
I hear about Trevor like the nicest guy of all time.
He is.
And it's true. Trevor downstairs. All right. We'll be back. We'll give you a quick for you and review, and then we'll take some calls at 9:30. It's Brock and Salk CL Sports on 710.
It's all Mariners now.
Back in first.
Swung on and destroyed.
Are the Mariners turning the corner at the right time?
They did that without two of their best players.
Right.
This is where you come for the games, the conversation, and the insider access.
I feel like we'll have a really good team. There's plenty of time to build on it.
The home of the Mariners.
First place in the AL West.
Seattle Sports.
A shot to center field. Julio is there, and Julio makes the catch!
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house, even when there's not an actual seat, because you're in the T-Mobile Pen.
They're going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
The Pen isn't just the perfect space to hang with your whole crew. It's where you can see Julio defend the no-fly zone 1 minute and watch Senor Smoke get ready for his big entrance the next.
Andres Munoz has simply been incredible.
Sure, the Pen is standing room only, but with a team this exciting, who wants to be sitting down? Mariners baseball. Try this up.
90s weekend is on deck at T-Mobile Park. The fun gets started tonight at 7:10 with an epic 90s themed fireworks night presented by T-Mobile. Then it's back-to-back giveaways. Julio Rodriguez sleeveless jerseys Saturday and Ken Griffey Jr. pin Sunday. Both presented by KeyBank. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
Guys, tired all the time? Gaining weight? Low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. This June, for Men's Health Month, Revive Men's Health in Seattle is offering a free comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. No guessing, just answers. Over 100,000 men have trusted Revive to get real results. More energy, better sleep, improved mood, and confidence that shows. If something feels off, don't wait. Take control and protect your long-term health by knowing your numbers. This offer ends June 30th. Schedule your free comprehensive wellness panel today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Feel better, live stronger. Start now.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Dave Wyman here, and you've heard me talk about a local company for over a year now I really love working with. Harley Exteriors. You can expect a no-pressure consultation. They're great people to work with, and their windows are beautiful. I recently met with them, and I was excited to hear about the many Seattle sports listeners they've worked with. And now, Harley Exteriors has stepped up with a can't-miss offer. Right now, get $450 off each new window, $1,000 off each patio or entry door, 12-month or 18-month no-interest, no-payment options, plus $200 off your final project total. If that isn't enough to get you started on a new project, I don't know what is. Schedule a consultation just like I did. Give them a call at 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Minimum purchase of 4 windows required for window discount. Qualifying windows must be 36 by 36 or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to credit approval. Cannot be combined with other offers outside this promotion. Offer valid through May 31st.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Get his freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, final hour of our week. Final hour of Lyle's time on the Brock and Salk Show. It is coming rapidly to an end. Sad. We've really enjoyed the last couple of years with Lyle, and no replacement announced yet. Job is open. We're still kind of working through all of that, but ready to wish Lyle good luck on his future endeavors, and we'll dig into that a little bit later as we say goodbye in the final hour here. I do want to go back to our previous week. It was a good one, and we do this every Friday at 9 o'clock. Try to go through some of the best moments of the week. You can find it all on the Seattle Sports YouTube page. It's for you, and it's in review.
Brock and Salk present For You in Review.
Time for our weekly chat with Jeff Passan from ESPN. We've got Joel Clark. Good morning, Joel.
Let's talk to Coach McDonald.
This is For You in Review, brought to you by the Seattle Sports YouTube page, where you can find the full version of every interview.
Yeah, and let's actually start with Passan, who's in the open there. He joined us on Tuesday, short week. And at that point, we were discussing the piggyback.
If we want to just talk about in terms of effectiveness, the Mariners won 9-2 yesterday, and that's pretty good. But effectiveness is only as good as the contentment of the people involved with it. And it is abundantly clear, and I'm not saying anything nobody can see with their own two eyes, that Luis Castillo is very unhappy right now. And I understand you can go with the whole, hey, pitch better, and you wouldn't be in this situation. You can go with, hey, be a team player. This is the role that they need you in. But sometimes it's not that easy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, since then, the communication has been doubled down on. And Dan Wilson and the pitching staff, the pitching coaching staff, and eventually Jerry DiPoto added his name to it as well. Everybody kind of found a way to meet with these guys and just make sure the communication is better, because I think that's been the biggest part of it, right? Whether or not the idea is great, whatever, it had to be communicated in such a way that it wasn't making everybody mad. Well, if everyone can get onto the same page, they can at least move forward with this. I know that it's not the ideal scenario. It's certainly not one that I prefer, but it is at least something that won't sabotage them from the inside out, as long as it's communicated, and we'll see if that works a little bit better this weekend. More from Passan, who talked about Colt Emerson.
I mean, his game Sunday, just anytime you see somebody whacking 3 doubles, I love that. And Colt Emerson, I don't think he's going to be your big bopping, 30-homer guy, but if you have gap-to-gap power and can hit 20 balls over a fence in a season and play good defense, then you are a perennial all-star. And so him being up and doing this, and not just holding his own, but looking like he really belongs, and having those kinds of games from the 9-hole where you're almost carrying the offense, I don't think he's going to be hitting 9s for a whole lot longer.
Hearing that reminds me, we had the person who took some offense at me earlier saying that all I ever care about is walks and home runs, and that Colt, why would I like Colt Emerson if he's not doing those things? I mean, I like doubles and triples. If he was only hitting singles, I don't know that I'd be as impressed. Doubles power is still really, really valuable in terms of, creating crooked numbers in innings. So I've been incredibly impressed. I love what Colt Emerson has done to start his big league career. Talked about a little bit more detail an hour ago. Hawk blogger Brian Nemhauser joined us on Wednesday, and maybe he was just trying to speak my language, but yeah, I agree with him on this. Re-sign Derek Hall.
Devin Witherspoon, 5th-year option. Never a question to me about whether he's going to be part of this team going forward. You've also got the franchise tag beyond the next 2 years, beyond the 5th-year option. Derek Hall, though, this is it. If you do not extend Derek Hall, he will be a free agent. And you saw what happened to Boye Mafe. And I just feel like if you are not really pushing the envelope to try to get that done now, even eclipsing the Boye Mafe number, then I think that puts the Seahawks in a really bad leverage situation at the end of this season, with basically no experienced edges to turn to, with Dante Fowler and DeMarcus Lawrence and Uchenna Nwosu all potentially not being on the team. So that to me is, I guess, I want to hear more about what's going on there.
What's that old line of mine from the show? I agree with you because I agree with me. Exactly. I agree with him because I agree with me. I've made a bunch of those points myself. I think Derek Hall's the right guy. I think he's got the right game for what they want. I think he's got the right body type and style, and he's the right age. And the other guy, they need something they can hang their hat on at that position, as everyone else there is a little bit more year to year. Now, maybe that changes if you're going to go try to trade for Myles Garrett. Okay, well, that certainly would open up a little bit of discrepancy in the way you want to handle that spot. But until that happens, or unless that's going to happen, I'll keep beating the bushes on this one and think that re-signing Derek Hall is the right way to go.
Just for the record, have you had any face-to-face with Garrett yet?
Myles?
Yeah.
No.
Still think he might get traded. I'm kind of with my guy, Bert Breer. All right, let me get to Divish, who joined us yesterday. And, we've gone negative at some times about the Mariners because it's been kind of an up and down start to the year. But overall, I think this is one of the more positive things that we tend to forget about.
But this is the team. This is their team. Like, part of the reason you've talked about it, and you and I have had this conversation, part of the reason Dan worked is he gave ownership to the players. And Scott had a hard time letting go of that grip. This is the players' team. It's Cal, it's Julio, it's Brian Wu. Like, how vocal has that guy been? Probably one of the best quotes. I mean, that's hard to wrestle that away from Logan Gilbert and Bryce Miller. But, like, you can feel the ownership and what it means. And that's why they all, a lot of them want to stay here. They want to sign extensions. When I covered the team in 2008, that was my first year traveling. It had Richie Sexson. It had Jeremy Reed, Jose Vidro, Brad Wilkerson, Jared Washburn. They were all angry. None of them wanted to be there. Even the Sean Figgins years, Casey Kochman, Milton Bradley. Well, I could keep going. So if anybody ever says this is the worst Mariners lineup I've ever seen, I can say, oh, you have no idea.
But that idea of building a brand, building a family, building what it means to be a Mariner, it has been, I think, the biggest thing that they've accomplished here over the last 5 or 10 years. I don't know that it meant anything before that, and it sure feels like it now does. And that's a tribute to everybody. Scott, Dan, all of the coaches that have come through here as well. They've finally turned it into something, and I don't think that should get left behind. Should we go one more from Divish? Yeah, one more. Here's a little bit more from Ryan.
I also think there's been a lot more distractions like this year. You have Cal being out, kind of the, in and out of him, Donovan's injuries. You're dealing with the piggyback. So much of the stuff that we were writing about, even the spring training with the Randy stuff, like so much of it, it felt so much like the Boston Red Sox.
Noisy.
I mean, Mike, this.
Yeah, it did. It does.
Boston loves the drama.
Mm-hmm.
They love the drama. They love the clubhouse. They love the decision-making drama more than, like the field stuff. Like when you cover the Red Sox and you're around them, that's what they're writing about. And it felt like we were writing about a lot of stuff that wasn't on the field. But, that leaks into performance at times as well.
Well, hopefully the drama will be a little bit more behind them, and the more consistent play will be ahead of them. They'll get underway tonight at home against the Diamondbacks. That's for you in review. You can always find all of those interviews. Ryan was on video. Nemhauser was on video. Usually almost everything is these days, which is great. And you can find it all on our YouTube channel as well. All right. We'll take phone calls coming up here in 20 minutes. We'll be saying goodbye to Lyle. First, I got to give you everything you need to know. That's next on Brock and Salk.
It's all Mariners now.
Back in first.
Swung on and destroyed. Julio.
Are the Mariners turning the corner at the right time?
They did that without two of their best players.
Right. This is where you come for the games, the conversation, and the insider access.
I feel like we'll have a really good team. There's plenty of time to build on it.
The home of the Mariners.
First place in the AL West.
Seattle Sports.
Summer's supposed to be fun. When the kids are home all day, the groceries, they add up fast. G. Scott here with a quick heads up from Safeway. There's a program called Sunbucks that gives qualifying families $120 per child for summer groceries. Some families are signed up automatically and will get a card in the mail. Others need to apply. Take a minute to check. It could really help put food on the table for your family. Head to freesummermeals.org to find out more. That's freesummermeals.org.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
We live in one of the most beautiful places on earth, and owning your own deck is a great way to enjoy it. But finding the right decking solution can be overwhelming. That's why all 9 of our Puget Sound locations offer decking showrooms so you can get your hands and toes on the more than 60 decking options we carry. So if you have any questions about building, maintaining, or repairing your deck, contact me personally. Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Trex decking products on sale now through May 31st at Dunn Lumber.
I've always wanted to learn French.
but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
For those diagnosed with anxiety, depression, or PTSD, Northwest Ketamine Clinics wants you to know there is hope. After only 3 weeks of treatment, 86% of patients report a reduction in symptoms. Northwest Ketamine Clinics was the first ketamine clinic in the Northwest, opened 9 years ago. They now have locations in Seattle, Tacoma, and Bellevue, with more than 50,000 treatments given. Find reviews and video testimonials from real patients on their website, including Brandon.
To anyone thinking about giving it a try, if you have depression, ADHD, bipolar, any of those things feel like they would vastly benefit from it.
Everyone's path to healing is different. Schedule a free consultation today to find out if ketamine therapy is right for you. They have immediate availability, so you can get started this week. Welcome to the Pacific Northwest's most experienced ketamine center. Book a free phone or video consult at nwketamineclinics.com. Healing starts here.
Mariners and Diamondbacks tonight at T-Mobile. 7:10 first pitch. Pregame at 6. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Drivers who switch to Progressive could save hundreds just by bundling home and auto insurance, because you can't go wrong saving money. Unless you spend it on a guitar and never learn to play it, but lie and say that you did. Then someone hands you a guitar at a party and asks you to play, so you decide to improvise this.
Well, don't you know that but that's not it. Dreams are fun and also good.
Yep, you can't go wrong bundling and saving money with Progressive. Well, it depends on how you spend it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Hey, you mind keeping it down up there, please?
KeyBank will meet you in that I need new neighbors moment.
Rick, it's your mortgage loan officer, Beth. I was in the neighborhood and wanted to let you know your home loan application's been approved.
Beth, you're always there for me, and not a moment too soon.
Are your neighbors bowling with grand pianos again?
And apparently raising livestock?
Ugh. For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank opens doors. Equal housing lender. NMLS number 399797.
Summer starts at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland. Adventure in the 26 Tacoma TRD Sport, leasing at $399 a month with $1,000 TFS cash. Earn $3,000 in customer cash on the Tundra, leasing at $469 a month, and the 4Runner at $369 a month. All leases, 36 months, $39.99 due at signing. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit ToyotaRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. Offers valid through June 1st, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, we all loved what we saw in Sacramento from the Mariners. Was it real? Can it last? Well, those are the questions. John Morosi thinks they're in a pretty good spot.
There's not really a team in baseball right now that's got 6 major league starters all going the way the Mariners do. And Castillo is a bit of an asterisk there because it's interesting. He really has started pitching the best this year once the drama has picked up about what his role is going to be, which is the human mind is a fascinating thing in that respect. So for me, the Mariners have greater depth in that category to where I think they'll be able to continue to move past whatever challengers come up.
Yeah, they are still the best team on paper in the division. Now they're in first place to go with it. It's a matter of just playing to their potential, or at least a whole lot closer to it. They do have a pretty good opponent coming in. Not that the opponent has really mattered much to them. They played sometimes well against good opponents, sometimes bad, sometimes well against bad opponents, and sometimes bad. Just has really been much more about them. But we'll see Arizona. Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, Nolan Arenado, Zach Gallen's going to go tonight against George Kirby in the opener. But the Diamondbacks are good, 31-24. Mets come in starting next week. They've obviously not been good. They've had all kinds of problems. But this, again, a Mariner team that has been much more about themselves, as Ryan Divish said.
I have never seen a team that can go from awful baseball to quality baseball that fast. It's like instantaneous, because that Sunday game, and I cut them up pretty good in that Sunday game. That Sunday game typified all that was wrong with the Mariners this season. Bad defensively, kind of bad decision-making, kind of mental mistakes in the field. Oh, and then they didn't really hit until later when they got to the bullpen. And I just felt like it was just kind of all the signs of what's made this team so inconsistent. And then they go to Oakland, and it was just like a different team. They're making plays in the field. They played clean. They hit early. I thought they worked better at bats than they did before. I just liked everything about how they played. Oh, yeah, and like some of the guys that you need to get going got going a little bit.
Can't disagree with one word out of his mouth. The only challenge is, just as they've been able to go from not playing well to playing well, they've been able to do the opposite, unfortunately, as well. So hopefully that's not what we see as they return home to take on the Diamondbacks.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We were talking about DeMarcus Lawrence earlier, back at practice, which is good to see, and basically said, don't worry, I'm good. Just, has a newborn and a 1-year-old and wants to be around for his wife. Also said that he had more fun last year than he's ever had before, which is one of the big reasons he was not interested in retiring. It's clearly a close-knit group. Sam Darnold, joining the Greenlight podcast this week, gave a pretty good example of such.
No, it's incredible, man. I don't think I've been around a team like that, my whole life. It's a credit to the kind of leadership and the kind of dudes that we got in this locker room. I mean, and I feel the same way about them too. Like, if they need us to go score 40 points, like we'll go out there and do our best to do that. So that's just kind of that's really how we roll, and it makes it so fun to go out there and play ball with them every single Sunday or whenever we strap it up. But man, it's so fun. It's so fun to play football with these guys and with this group that we have. So it's it made me want to just keep going. I don't know about you after the Super Bowl, but maybe not your body, but your mind. I was like, dude, I want to just keep on rolling.
Well, that has sort of been what this team is all about. They're connected to each other. They are, supportive of one another, and they all love ball. They all love getting together and talking about it. Yeah, I get it. They got the physical restraints that are going to keep them, and you got to keep the body healthy, and you got to get rest, especially after playing 3 additional games last year. But they love the game, and they love each other. It's a pretty great combo, and seems to be exactly what both Mike McDonald and John Schneider have been looking for.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, and then finally, I saw this yesterday and was pretty blown away. I did not expect to be as impressed with the initial offer from the Major League Baseball owners as I was. I assumed that, they would have a cap and, maybe there'd be a floor, but neither thing would be close to where they should be. Again, we're going to find out what all the details are because you don't get a lot of them at this stage. But what the owners offered yesterday, a salary cap around $245 million and a floor as high as $171, it's a PR win for sure. I don't know how the players are possibly going to not look bad talking about this in a negative way. I heard some of it. I thought they sounded ridiculous. Ken Rosenthal here.
We can all agree the revenue disparity in this sport is too much, and it needs to be a situation where there is some compression. The question is how to get there. And to me, if you're introducing a salary cap that is going to cause a work stoppage that might eat into part or all of the 2027 season, not a good answer. A good answer would be somewhere where you address these issues through greater revenue sharing, all kinds of ways, without the ultimate end being a lockout that eats into the season.
Yeah, I think that's short-sighted, and I think that's only telling part of the story. First of all, they didn't just introduce a salary cap. They also introduced a salary floor to go with it, and it should inject more money into the game for the players, at least on paper, based on what we've seen so far. It could be close to $500 million a year in the players' pockets that currently isn't there. So I think that's very misleading to say it the way he does. Second of all, what he's saying there is the problem is a work stoppage. Well, it takes two sides to have a work stoppage. That's not just the owner's fault. Again, I'm generally not, it's hard to get me on the side of the owners in these things, but I think what they proposed yesterday at least looked on paper to be very fair. And for the players and some people like Ken Rosenthal to come out that quickly against it, I think they're kind of showing their hand. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, we're opening them up. The lines are open. Final time of the week. Final time with Lyle. 866-979-3776. You want to talk directly to Lyle if you have advice for him, questions for him, you want to talk baseball with him. God, do we have a lot to talk about. The piggyback, the communication since the piggyback, the platoon situation, the Mariners and their unevenness. Do you believe anything happened in Kansas City, as I think, that maybe got the team sparked and going a little bit, a little pressure release after something went down after that weird play with Randy in left field? Whatever's on your mind. The CBA proposal made yesterday by the owners. 866-979-3776. We can go down any of those roads. Obviously, Seahawks getting back out on the field. How do you feel about them? Is there a move that you love, a move that you don't? Do you want them to try to trade for somebody still? Are you with me on re-signing Derek Hall? Are you with me, or alternatively trying to make a big swing on a trade for Myles Garrett? These are all just opportunities to get invested, get involved with the show. 866-979-3776 is the phone number. We'll take your calls next.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy coming up next at 10.
That's right. That's what this news feels like.
Committee for
So there's going to be a committee to decide whether they're going to make an announcement and when they're going to make an announcement.
Give Seattle a team.
Bump and Stacy with Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross next at 10.
I hope you guys are prepared to be embarrassed by my behavior.
We're going to be on Hard Knocks for sure.
We're definitely going to be on Hard Knocks because I will drag us in front of these cameras.
On Seattle Sports.
Spring is here, Seattle, and now is the smartest time to replace your roof. Trust your neighbors at 3 Tree Roofing, a local, family-owned company that knows how to roof in Washington weather year-round. Schedule your free estimate today at 3treeroofing.com to take advantage of spring pricing, shorter wait times, and get $500 off your new roof before the summer rush hits. Our experts come to you, build a clear plan, and give you an estimate that same day. No surprises and no high-pressure sales tactics. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Spring Classic Collector Car, Truck, and Boat Auction. Saturday, June 6th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Up to 200 collector, vintage, and classic vehicles, many going to the highest lucky bidder with absolutely no reserve. Get lucky, get local, and get in line. Visit LuckyOldCar.com for a list and pictures of auction vehicles. Or call 206-467-6531 for bidding and consignment details.
Step inside and let the excitement take you places. This is Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the ultimate spot for action that reaches incredible heights, luxury that knows no bounds, and live entertainment that always thrills. It's all at one incredible destination. So when you look for the best, look nowhere else. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and best in the Northwest. Muckleshoot.
Are you looking for the best deal on a new home? Discover the D.R. Horton Home of the Week. With new home communities from Lacey to Stanwood, ranging from the low 500s to the high 1 millions, D.R. Horton has the right home at the best value for you. Your new home is within reach, so what are you waiting for? Learn more about the D.R. Horton Home of the Week. Visit drhorton.com and schedule a tour today. D.R. Horton, America's builder. an equal housing opportunity builder.
I'm Stacey Rost, and here with my friend Mark Clymer, GM of Wayscar Ford, Isuzu in Auburn. Mark, I know for me, when I go to a dealership, I just don't want to feel pushed into buying something.
Hey, I'm just like you, Stacey. I don't want to feel pressured when I'm trying to buy something either. So we understand that, and so do all of our employees. The bottom line is we'll give you the information that you want. We'll take care of you from beginning to end, and if it works out, great. If it doesn't, we understand. We only want to sell you a car if you want to buy one.
I think the thing that I want most is to be able to trust the person I'm working with. It's a huge investment, and I got to be honest, I don't know a ton about cars.
Second largest thing most people ever buy next to a home. So You're right. You want to make sure you're buying from a reputable place, you want a warranty, and you want to make sure you're covered for any reason you change your mind. And we offer that. 5 days or 500-mile, 100% money-back guarantee.
And congratulations on 104 years in Auburn. That's a big deal. Check out the 104th anniversary sale going on now with great prices. That's Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn, wayscarford.com.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 Motor Oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. 4, 6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Drivers who switch to Progressive could save hundreds just by bundling home and auto insurance. Because you can't go wrong saving money. Unless you spend it on a guitar, never learn to play it, but lie and say that you did. Then someone hands you a guitar at a party and asks you to play, so you decide to improvise this.
Well, don't you know that but that's not it. Dreams are fun and also good.
Yep, you can't go wrong bundling and saving money with Progressive. Well, depends on how you spend it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Brock and Salk.
weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Lyle, you feeling ready to say goodbye?
Can you ever be ready for something like that?
I don't know. Sometimes I've left jobs or walked out, deuces, see you later, like pretty happy. I don't know.
No, that's not how it feels.
Okay, good.
Again, I'll keep using the word bittersweet.
Yeah, all right. Not going to feel bittersweet at 4:30 on Monday morning, though. It's going to feel pretty sweet.
No, I'll be asleep.
It's going to feel pretty good when you eventually wake up, however, 5 hours later, and are like, yeah, this is what normal people should do. All right, we'll take some calls here as we say goodbye to Lyle. Lots of stuff on the agenda, 866-979-3776. Everything. I mean, look, if you're a Mariner fan, you got to have an opinion on where they're at, right? Do you believe what you just saw in Sacramento? Is that the real team? Do you have some thoughts on certainly the piggyback thing and the communication? You feel differently now after hearing the coaching staff and Jerry all talk to the players? Can they do this again? 866-979-3776. Let's start with, is it Maleller in Everett? Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What's up?
How are you?
We're great. What do you got?
Well, first of all, I want to wish Shannon a happy birthday.
Sure.
And I want to say goodbye to Lyle and follow your dreams, buddy.
Oh, that's nice. Thanks so much.
You're gonna make history.
You're welcome. You know, I'm an old man. You know, I'm retired, but I still work for the Seattle Mariners. And what I have to say about the Mariners, I do believe what you saw is real. I do believe that as time marches on in Sacramento, they're going to hit the crap out of their pitching down there in that little bandbox of a stadium. And I believe in the Mariners. There's just too much talent there. They will overcome the injury plague and will finish well.
All right. Well, appreciate the phone call. Thank you, Maleller. They're not there now. I mean, they're back from Sacramento, so no more of the bandbox. And in fact, going to be kind of a chilly night at T-Mobile tonight. So we'll see what the offense looks like. Zach Allen has had some ups and downs this year. Probably not been great. Just kind of looking at the numbers, Kirby should certainly have the advantage in pitching in this park on this night. But the question is just can they start to play more consistent baseball? They played cleaner. That's the thing for me. Like, the hitting going to go up and down, pitching, okay, but you got to play clean. You can't make dumb mistakes. You can't make bad decisions. And over the last 3 games, probably the cleanest I can remember them playing. And I think a lot of that had to do with just opening up a big lead early, putting the pressure on the other team rather than having it be on themselves. You see the difference it makes. They look like a totally different baseball team with that as a background. So, I mean, good on them. Do more of that, please, because if that's for real, it opens things up for the rest of the team. 866-979-3776. Let me try Mike, who is in Seattle. Good morning, Mike.
Hey, Salk. Just wanted to start off, say goodbye to Lyle. We're going to miss you.
What are you going to miss most about Lyle?
I think mostly just his baseball takes in general. Very knowledgeable.
Oh, well, that's nice. Thanks, Mike.
Brings kind of like an opinion that you don't see from other people sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I was curious your thoughts. I know you've been talking about the CBA a lot this morning. I was curious where you think Steve Cohen and Hal Steinbrenner, the rich owners, they must have signed this proposal. How could they agree to something like a salary cap?
Well, I think more importantly, it's interesting. You go to the rich owners. I go to the folks who are going to have to double their payroll. How are they signing?
They're probably equal. They're equally upset.
Yeah, I mean, I think I understand it more. Look, at the end of the day, I think the wealthy owners have to look at it and say, there's got to be a way to grow the game and to grow it across the country. So it's not just a big story in 6 cities and that's about it. Like, I think I understand it from their perspective more. They're going to save some money. I mean, I don't think that's the end of the world for them. I get your point. Like, right now they have a competitive advantage and they're willing to pay for it. But I don't think it's as hard for them. I'm curious how it's going to get signed in Miami, how it gets signed in Cleveland, all these cities where they're not spending, in Vegas, where they're not spending any money. And it's not like they've got to come up 10, 15, 20 million. They got to come up $80, $90 million just to get to the floor that they're proposing. So that was my initial reaction is, wow, I can't believe they got enough owners on board for this.
What do you think they're going to do about these big contracts like Juan Soto and Aaron Judge? Do those just get grandfathered in?
Yeah, I think you find ways to sunset those, or you do it over time. But we are so far away from those conversations, right? Those things get worked out, though. I don't think those are the big challenges. They got to first determine, is it okay to have a cap and a floor? And as you heard Passan say, that's sort of a fight for the soul of the plan of baseball. Like, are you okay with a fundamentally different system than the one that's been in place, as he said, since the 60s? Well, guess what? A lot's changed since the 60s, right? All the different revenue models and streams and the way everything, I mean, it's changed 6 times since then, probably more. I'll just keep coming back to the fact that the RSN model is dead for most of the teams in baseball. and that has taken out a significant portion of revenue. They're going to have to account for that in some way. And at the same time, you have the Dodgers and the Mets spending so much more money than the Marlins and the Pirates and some of the teams at the bottom. And that just doesn't make a ton of sense. So, yeah, you cap it, you floor it. You try to improve the opportunities for all teams at the same time. This is a dream come true. I think fans should love this, and not fans here in Seattle. Seattle's kind of, you know who's going to be affected the least by this? The Mariners. They're like right in the middle already. You're not really going to be affected much by this. But if you're a fan in Pittsburgh, if you're a fan in Miami, I don't know if there's such thing, but if you are, like, this is a huge deal. Minnesota, I'm not surprised that the people I've seen who like it the most are the people I like and trust in cities like that. My friend Phil Mackey, who we've had on the show, who's in Minnesota, Twins fan, covers the Twins, hosts a radio show, digital stuff in Minnesota. Phil's great. Loves this. Loves it. My friend Dejan Kovacevic, who we've talked about a couple of times, he's in Pittsburgh, started that DK Sports. Love that guy. Super smart. Like A-plus smart. Loves it. Has been beating the drum for something like this for years. I don't think it's an accident that fans, not owners, fans in those cities are pumped about this idea. Should make them on an even playing field year after year after year. Yeah, all right, you still might be the Jets. You still might be the Browns. You still might be the Raiders. You still might find ways to fail. Not every team is going to be good every year, nor should it be. But the playing field is roughly even. Look, I've talked to you guys. I think there's a lot of ways to win in baseball, but obviously money helps. I mean, I've never said anything otherwise. There are a lot of different ways to account for it. Generally, big market teams account for about half of the teams in the postseason, and smaller market teams that spend less are about half as well. But evening the playing field and giving fans in some of those cities more hope, Cincinnati, absolutely. Absolutely. And if you were to add $50 million to a payroll like the Reds, that team would be really good, I think. 866-979-3776. Come on, people. Could use a few more phone calls. If you've never called the show before, jump aboard. Let me try Jeff in Texas. Good morning, Jeff.
Salky, what's going on?
What's up?
We're down here in Central Texas, flying the real 12 flag down here in A&M country.
Oh, wow. Smack talking.
I can't believe that, unless I missed it, I can't believe that you and Brock haven't discussed Seahawk rookie uniform numbers and some other things. Unless I missed
true. It's not quite the same without Kyle Brown around, because he was really, sort of my fellow number guru. I don't love 8. I got to be honest. I'm not in love with number 8.
I don't either.
For Jadarian Price.
But
We talked through this.
He was 24 in college, and they're not handing out 24 to a running back.
No. But I think there's a lot of other.
He could have taken 32 or 33. There's other running back numbers.
Yeah, I don't love that.
Julian Neal, number one. He better earn that, because he's got to earn that.
Good
number.
take.
I'm surprised they gave that.
You got Bud Clark, number 9.
Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. I mean, that works. Bo Stevens, though, 60, man. We've talked about 60 before. He was 70 in college. I think J.R. Singleton has 70. Kick that guy out and give him 70.
Yeah, I'd
He's gonna
prefer
be here.
that. That's a better look. I'm with you.
And then Drake Thomas switching from 42 to 32, but 32 is his college number. He had success in 42. I thought he would keep that. But the last one, what are we doing, Jalen Milroe? You guys already warned him.
Yep.
You warned Sam Howell before him, number 6. Dude, what are you doing? He's done. He's never going to do it if he stays at number 6.
Well, so I'm glad you bring that up. It's a bad number. It just is. It's a bad number in hockey. It's a bad number in football. It's not as bad a number, I will say, in baseball, but it's still not great. And it's a bad number in basketball. It's just a bad number. 6 is the worst number. I'm not saying all 6s, but number 6. It's the worst number you can have in sports. Now, 16's a good number. Don't get me wrong. 26 has some charisma. 36 even is okay, but 6 is probably the single worst number you could have. I think you're right, and I think it's been the big. And it makes Milroe look fat. And I'll go ahead and say it. That guy's as in shape as it comes, but you put number 6 on, you look chubby. I'm not afraid to say these things more.
Trade, pay Michael Dixon, make him go to 6, and take the 4.
Or just don't have a 6. There should be no 6. Nobody should wear 6. They should retire it, not because it's been just because it's been demeaned. Yeah, I'm with you. Thank you for the phone call, and I'm with you on Drake Thomas.
It's a death for the QB.
Well, thank you.
Death.
I'll tell you, if you've had success in 42 as a linebacker, why are you switching to 32? I don't think that makes any sense at all.
That was confusing some of us the other day.
What are you doing?
Wasn't he 42?
And 42 is a sweet inside linebacker number. Like, you're sort of borrowing from the world of the 50s, but then you're just dropping into the 42, 44. Those are good linebacker numbers for middle linebackers. 32? What are you, a running back? You're not a tailback? 32? Oh, that's just wrong. That just hurts my soul. That just hurts. All right, 866-979-3776. Oh, our friend Isabel is back. Good morning, Isabel. What's up?
Hey, I came up with a ranking of the best things about Lyle.
Okay.
I have learned that all good rankings have an honorable mention. So my honorable mention is that one of the best things about Lyle is that he taught me that school doesn't matter as much as PE does.
Sure. No. Is that why it's like 11:45 in Iowa and you're not in school?
Summer break.
Okay, sounds good.
Now for my top 3 things about Lyle.
Okay.
Number 3 best thing about Lyle, he makes me feel smart. I might be a 5th grader today, but 2 days ago, as a 4th grader, I knew more of the answers than Lyle.
Yeah.
And the game is Lyle smarter than a 5th grader.
Sure. Yep, I believe that. Okay. Yes, good. Nice work by you.
Number 2 is Lyle. He is a kind person. Brock and Salk pick on him so much, and he's always so kind back.
Aw.
That's mostly true. Yeah, that's true. Okay, I was waiting for a kicker there. No, that was it. Yeah, you are a nice person. The Lyle is, I will agree with you, Isabel. Lyle is definitely a nice person. Okay, and your third?
No, my number 1.
Number 1, excuse me. Whoa, sorry.
He is brave enough to pursue his dream. I'm going to miss you on the show, Lyle, and I was very sad when I heard you were leaving, but it's so cool that you are chasing your dream.
Oh, well, that was really nice. Thank you.
Wow, Isabel, thank you.
Really, that was a good ranking.
I'm impressed. They're already on summer break in Iowa. Feels like they should, still be in school for it's like not even June yet. Impressive. The tourism a big deal there, and so they're probably getting ready for Mora's big vacation. They got to start preparing early. Well, thank you. Those were great reasons, great things to say about Lyle, who we are going to miss. It's true. I'm going to miss Lyle. I've loved having him on the show. I really have. I think Lyle's been entertaining, super entertaining, and he's taught me a lot about his generation, some of it positive, some of it not so, and I'm sure there's a few other members of his generation who would like to have him not represent them necessarily the way he does. But I think it's been educational, it's been entertaining, and I appreciate the passion. I appreciate how much he cares, certainly about baseball, but also just about doing his job and about sports. Lyle's a pro, man. He's been a whole lot more of a pro than I think people would guess. He's been pretty awesome at doing this job every day. And he's only been late once, as we said. I know he got a bad rap for it, but you're right, Lyle. After that first time, you buckled down. You were like, I'm never going to be late for this again.
I mean, I set like 20 alarms every morning, and the phone now sits on the opposite side of my room.
Yeah, have you ever seen those alarms that like walk around your room? Have you ever seen
like a
those?
Little mini tractor or
yes.
something? Yeah.
No.
They're hilarious. They're like, it's like essentially like a remote control car type thing. And you set the alarm and the thing starts like buzzing around your room. So you not only have to get up, you have to like track it down and like tackle it and then turn it off. And so at that point, you're pretty awake. All right, 866-979-3776. Let me try. We got one or two more here. Let me try Josh in Spokane. Hi, Josh. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. Lyle, congrats and good luck. And my take is that the piggyback rotation is the right thing to do. the guys need to get over the egos. And if we hear that this is they want to do what's best for the team, then obviously keeping 6 starter level guys on the roster until maybe there's an injury and be able to give the bullpen a rest.
Josh? Oh, hold on. Wait a second. There we go.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Oh, good. If Dan's the right manager, who is supposedly managing the people and the egos is the thing that he's best at as opposed to the in-game things, then this should be right up his alley, and he should be able to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, should be. You're right. I mean, it hasn't to start off with, just with some of the frustration that was there. And that doesn't mean it can't work now moving forward. I mean, teams get an opportunity to make a mistake and then bounce back from it and try to, maneuver some things around and do it a little bit of a different way. And I'm sure that's what they're doing now. Kind of a second chance at the communication portion of this. I don't know where it's going to go. As I've said before, it's not my favorite thing. I don't know that even with good communication, it's the direction I would want them to go. I don't think it's like the worst thing in the world. The only problem is when it, either leads to confusion in role for the player or confusion in how to manage for the manager. Some of those decisions I felt like got a little bit more complicated for Dan. But, I after a grace period or after sort of a learning curve period, okay, you figure it out, you move forward. I just don't know that they're really in a spot as they're in, compete for a championship right now mode to be learning curve on the job. I just don't think that's necessary. 866-979-3776. Let me try Caleb, who's also in Spokane. Good morning, Caleb.
Good morning. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Oh,
so
wow.
Thank you very much. You guys are the best sports show and radio. I want to say something to Lyle, and I appreciate your role in being the sacrificial lamb to this entire thing. And whoever's up next, they've got big shoes to fill because, you're a lamb that bites back. So, yeah.
You're like a vicious lamb, he said, Lyle. How do you feel about that?
It's an interesting com. I feel like the shoes are honestly pretty small, especially when it comes to knowledge of anything. So, yeah.
I don't know. I think you got pretty big shoes to fill. I mean, there have been a lot of great baseball conversations we've had here, I think, over the last couple of years. I appreciate it all. Let me grab one more call, and then we'll spend the last couple minutes on Lyle. Big John is also in the 509. Good morning, sir.
Hello, first-time caller, long-time listener.
My man.
I love your show. Thank you. I love your show. You guys are awesome. And I'm going to bleed tears for poor Lyle taking off and going elsewhere. You bring something special to the team, and you guys need to think about getting him back.
Well,
Don't let him go.
We didn't want to let him go. It's not like we chose to let him go. He's going off to pursue his own interests. He has a plan for his life. He's got some entrepreneurial bend to him. I can't help that.
Yeah, I'm not going to interrupt that. And obviously everybody's got to fly and flop once in their life, and maybe he'll figure out that he's better at doing what he's doing on the radio. You never know. But anyway, Lyle, I know over here, the guys that I talk to, you're going to be missed. You really are. And I'm not disrespecting you, Mike. I love listening to your show. I have it on it. And since you guys have gone to this screwy Louie TV thing where you get 1 hour of you in the morning and then it's flubby dumps into it on the radio to make up for it.
All right. Well, YouTube. Try YouTube. I'm sure they have that in the 509. You can YouTube the whole show. So thank you, Big John. That was a wild ride. I don't know about Flubby Dubby and his girlfriend. I don't know what that means or where he's watching, but we'll look into Flubby Dubby, Lyle.
Okay. That was an interesting call.
Yeah, he likes you though.
That part was nice. Yeah,
that was. All right, we have just another.
Kind of. He didn't have a lot of belief in what you're going to do now, but he wants you here.
Well, maybe he doesn't really know that much about it. And just to remind people, Lyle is going going to be gone from the show, but not gone, from the Seattle media world. The Marine Layer podcast, Marine Layer video, Marine Layer on social media and shorts and all that is not going anywhere. Lyle is just going to be able to devote a little bit more time to his project.
Yeah. No, I'll still be around. If you see me at the ballpark, which you probably will, like, you can always feel free to come say hey. I love talking to people. So, yeah, I'll be around. I'm not going that far.
And you'll be doing man on the street interviews still, right? And getting to know all the prospects and all the young guys as they come through.
Yeah.
So just with a little bit more time and energy, is there something that you can now add to what you've been doing because you'll have more time?
I mean, there will be a few things, and we're working on it. But honestly, with all the time, it's just going to be able to be a lot easier to manage everything and manage a lot of the stuff that we try to take on.
All right.
Just with more time on the hands. I did want to do something really fast before we wrap it up. It's a little bit full circle. So I'm going to read you something, and you can try to guess what it is. I said, hey, my name's Lyle. I'm from Kirkland. I go to Arizona State. I'm majoring in sports journalism. Someone suggested that I reach out about any potential opportunities. Would love to meet with you sometime, whether it's in person or over the phone. Let me know.
Is that what you sent to Brock before your meeting?
No, that's what I sent to you when I was asking about the internship program all those years ago when I interned that summer. That is from January of 2017 when I was a freshman.
Did I write back?
You did.
I did?
You said, hey, Lyle, thanks for getting in touch. You put me in touch with the right person for the internship program, and they'll give you the details.
Wow.
So January of 2017, I was 19.
Unbelievable.
And now we're here.
And now you're quitting. Talk about full circle. Yeah. Lyle, thank you. We're going to be done for the day. You are going to be missed by all of us. I always look forward to reading your email early in the morning. Maura and Brock and I all send it in the afternoon, evening, and then I wake up in the morning and I see what Lyle has sent after the time I've gone to bed.
Yeah.
So I'm going to miss that. I enjoyed reading it this morning. I was like, oh, this is some new information. And usually it is. Usually it's something I hadn't thought of yet. So
thank you, Lyle.
Thank you, guys.
You will be missed, buddy. You will. Continued good luck to you and to the Marine Layer. Stay in touch. Obviously, Lyle's not going anywhere. Just won't be on the show every day anymore. So we'll see where this goes from here. Open job. People are clamoring.
I figured we'll have him on as a guest sometimes. Lyle even suggested he could do Is Lyle Smarter Than a Fifth Grader as a guest. I was like, we normally wouldn't make you do a game like that as a guest.
Maura was saying that would be a mean thing to do to a guest. But when you've been on the show 2 years, you're a part of it. Like, I can play along.
Maybe we'll have feats of strength with you and Howdy one day or something. All right. Thank you, Lyle. Seriously, good luck to you. We'll be back Monday morning, 6 a.m. And until then, the hay is in the barn. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Stick around for Bump and Stacy coming up next at 10.
That's right. That's what this news feels like.
Committee for
so there's going to be a committee to decide whether they're going to make an announcement and when they're going to make an announcement.
Give Seattle a team.
Bump and Stacy with Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross next at 10.
I hope you guys are prepared to be embarrassed by my behavior.
We're going to be on Hard Knocks for sure.
We're definitely going to be on Hard Knocks because I will drag us in front of these cameras.
On Seattle Sports.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Guys, want long-term health you can count on? It starts with knowing your numbers. This June, for Men's Health Month, Revive Seattle is offering a free comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value, including testosterone, blood sugar, heart health, and more. Take control of your health today and stay strong for the long haul. Offer ends June 30th. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today.
The Mariners' 50th season is underway, and it's not too late to come on board as a season ticket member. Lock in your Mariners Flex plan and choose your games, seats, and number of tickets as you go all year long. 6 seats in the bleachers one night and 2 right behind the Mariners dugout the next. It's all up to you. Plus, you still get all the perks of being a member, like guaranteed postseason access and discounts of 10% or more on tickets with no fees. Join the team today at mariners.com/flex.
Lumen Field on Seahawks game days is your key to unlocking premium hospitality, views, and experiences. Host a memorable event in your own private game day suite. Or see an up-close, unique perspective from sideline and end zone field seats. To learn more about all the ways you can elevate your Seahawks game day at Lumen Field, visit Seahawks.com/premium.
Dave Wyman here, and you've heard me talk about a local company for over a year now I really love working with, Harley Exteriors. You can expect a no-pressure consultation, they're great people to work with, and their windows are beautiful. I recently met with them, and I was excited to hear about the many Seattle sports listeners they've worked with. And now, Harley Exteriors has stepped up with a can't-miss offer. Right now, get $450 off each new window, $1,000 off each patio or entry door, 12-month or 18-month no interest, no payment options, plus $200 off your final project total. If that isn't enough to get you started on a new project, I don't know what is. Schedule a consultation just like I did. Give them a call at 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Minimum purchase of 4 windows required for window discount. Qualifying windows must be 36 by 36 or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to credit approval. Cannot be combined with other offers outside this promotion. Offer valid through May 31st.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Celebrate America's 250th with our limited edition O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. 2 for $8 at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.